All right. Good evening, everybody. How are y'all feeling today? Reg, it's nice to see you in the chat. Or Rick, I mean. Nice thumbnail, Reg. Rick, nice to see you. How you feeling? You gonna be idle again today? Yeah? Yeah? Nice. Okay. So today I thought we would take things a little bit easier, have a little bit more fun, see how everything is going on in the world. You know, I haven't been watching a lot of YouTube videos recently. Only one I have watched in recent memory is this one right here. So that'll be fun, hopefully. So yeah, I think we should start with Bill Burr glazing Saudi Arabia. For obvious reasons, of course. You know, it just came out. I'd like to post my reaction to it after this stream is done. Capture as much of the Asmongold hype as possible to ride that train. So, let's get started. I'm actually quite a big fan of Bill Burr's comedy, so this is a little
Bill
disappointing.
Burr, Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, and a number of other comedians decided to go to the Middle East and perform in Saudi Arabia. So let's go ahead and watch the video.
Yeah, didn't Gabriel Iglesias do that? I don't think it went that bad when he did it, so what did these two do wrong?
Video is titled Bill Burr Destroys His Reputation.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs.
So this is Bill Burr speaking from a morning podcast in 2011.
For $1 million, did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you fucking believe that? How much?
In my opinion, I mean, Gaddafi, I don't know if we really made the right decision killing him. I'm kind of the mindset that we didn't.
Who's Gaddafi? 1 second. Are they talking Gaddafi? You talking about this guy right here? Muammar Gaddafi, a Libyan military officer, revolutionary, politician, and political theorist who ruled Libya from 1969 until his assassination by Libyan rebel forces. Libyan military officer, political theorist, 2011. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea who this guy is.
You want me to be honest?
Fucking money do you need to make, you know? You're going to take a gig where you're going to go dance like a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murderer's kids?
Oh,
and then you
no.
take that fucking France like a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murderer's kids?
I see.
And then you take that fucking blood money. And what he's done, you couldn't remember that he claimed he was behind the Pan Am bombings that killed fellow Americans? The fuck is wrong with you?
The Royals loved the show. Everyone was happy. The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. And, yeah, it was just this great positive thing. And I got to tell you, just to be a part of that was fucking amazing. And the comedians that I've been talking to just saying, like, dude, you can feel it. They wanted it. So,
oh, no.
it was a mind-blowing experience. Definitely top 3 experiences I've ever had.
All right, so here's my opinion on this.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with people like Kevin Hart going over there, and even Dave Chappelle going over there. But Bill Burr is so woke, he's always putting his opinion out there on all kinds of stuff.
Bill Burr is woke? Hold on just a minute here. Yeah, hold on. I'll be right there. Don't worry. Just wanna confirm something. One of my favorite Bill Burr jokes. This guy is woke. I'd argue with women. No reason to hit a woman. Women for 20 minutes straight. Women want to ruin the NFL. This is a woke guy. This guy right here.
How much football do you watch a week?
I watch 2 games on Sunday. I tape 3.
Right.
Then I watch the Monday game. And then Tuesday I watch one of the 3 that I taped. Wednesday I watch another one. Then I watch the Thursday night game. And then Friday I got to watch the Sunday night game. Then
Okay.
Saturday I watch college football.
Okay.
And it's fine.
Okay.
Because I have a simple male brain that can just sit there and just enjoy it. I can just enjoy it.
So does your wife watch any of these games with you? Does she?
No, she has the female, complex, multitasking brain. That's why they can't be happy. They just always, they're like, what is that lizard that can look at 2 things at once? That's what they're like. So they got the shoes they want, and then they see some other woman walking in going, oh, look at this skinny bitch over here. She thinks she's cute, right? And that's what I've learned.
Oh, God.
You know what makes women happy? Nothing. Nothing makes them happy, and that is why they are slowly taking over the NFL, because it annoys them that we can just sit there with like a pizza and a drink, like, that's not holding, and just be like, and enjoy ourselves.
So you're saying that because you're happy that you think your wife and women in general want to take
They're
that?
jealous of it. They're jealous how simple the male brain is. That you can
This
just
guy
sit
is
there
woke.
and be entertained and find true happiness. And it just bugs them, so they got to ruin it. Well,
How
they're
is- how
slowly
is this
taking
guy
over the
woke?
NFL. You know, all next month, once again, they're going to dress everybody in the NFL like newborn baby girls. For whatever reason.
What do you,
Did you forget that there's breast cancer for like a year ago?
Yeah, so they did it last year, and they're going to do it again this year.
Yes. They're slowly going to take it over, and they're going to move us out. Because I'm telling you, I don't understand why they keep trying to go into a male football league. It's like, why don't you guys band together and start your own league? Get your own thing going. But I realize they don't want their own thing. They don't want their own shit. They want our shit. I don't know what it is. And I think it's because we're happy. We're just sitting there enjoying ourselves, having a good time without them. It drives them nuts. And they just got to go in there and ruin it.
So they got women's basketball.
They don't even like it. They don't even like.
They don't.
Most
They got
of them
women's soccer.
they don't even like.
They don't. If I remember correctly, for the women's baseball team, they were like, oh, when the men were at war and they started the women's baseball team, and the men were coming back because the war was over, women insisted, no, see, look, we're really popular. We're really popular. They're going to keep watching us. I insist. We need to keep women's sports teams open. It's going to be a great investment for you guys. And how did that turn out? Nobody watched? Nobody watched them. Nobody watches them anymore. They're losing millions of dollars every year on each female sports team because nobody goes to watch their games. But they don't want to cancel their games because then it would make the leagues look bad. But I digress. We're talking about Bill Burr and how he's supposed to be woke.
Football. I don't get it. I don't get like the fascination. Like if my wife is having like 3 of her friends over, I screw. I leave. I don't need to be there and ruin it for her. I know you guys. I'm going to change the dynamic because I'm there and you can't talk about 100% female stuff. Out of courtesy, I'm going to get out of there. I'm going to leave.
But they can't do that, you're saying.
One guy, one chauvinistic jackass up there understands what I'm saying.
All right. Now, you know.
Whatever. I'll tell that story better next time. I'm going to get it right. All right? Next time I'm going to get it right. I'll explain. I'm embarrassed for my actions.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's woke, but I don't know. Maybe it's changed.
He's so judgmental, and then for him to go and do this, especially after criticizing it in the past, I think that's the real problem. Like, I don't...
Well, how long ago was that? I mean, he could have changed his opinion. It's very possible that he changed his opinion. I don't know. I'm not him. I don't know how long ago he said that.
don't fault somebody for going out and working in Saudi Arabia. Sure, it's a job. That's work. It's money. It is what it is. But the problem is that if you want to be seen as a person with principles that is, especially like whenever you
14
literally
years? Was it
said
14
and
years
criticized
ago?
people for doing this exact thing, but doing that, it's so hypocritical that I think that really nobody should take Bill Burr's opinions on things seriously anymore. I think he's a really funny guy. I've always really liked Bill Burr, but I wouldn't be taking his political opinions that seriously anymore. Okay? Like, I wouldn't. Not that I did to begin with, but there were certain things that I agreed with.
I mean, but again, 14 years is a very long time ago. Yeah, of course he could change his opinion in that time. Now, it would be nice. Now, what I think we should do now is wait for somebody to call him out on it and hear how he responds. If he chooses to respond, say, yeah, I changed my mind. Yeah, I don't agree with that anymore. Then, let it go. If he refuses to respond or he gets all angry or defensive about it, then I think, yeah, no, he fucked up. But people can change their minds in 14 years. Hell, I am indistinguishable from how I was 1 to 2 years ago. Imagine what 14 years of a career will do for you. If 1 to 2 years can completely revamp my entire life.
So the clip was in 2011. He might have changed his mind on it. Well, I think he did. I mean, he obviously changed his mind on it. But
then what's the problem?
the question isn't if he did. The question is why he did, right? I mean, it's obviously the conversation.
After years of
Fair
Bill
enough,
Burr
fair
trashing celebrities for taking blood money and railing against billionaires and ranting about wealth inequality, he decided to go to Saudi Arabia and accept
That's a nice jacket. That's a nice leather jacket. I want that jacket. I'm going to add it to my collection.
money from the royal family, who are known for using modern slave labor, which he's being paid not to mention and help cover up. When he got back, he only talked about how amazing Saudi Arabia was. So he went from saying billionaires need to be put down like rabid dogs.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck me. Oh god. Okay. All right, fine. Okay, he fucked up.
See, you should have never said this. There's no reason you should have said that. He did? Yeah. No, he was like all pro Luigi and everything like that. He was.
Hey, I'm pro Luigi, but I'm not gonna say all billionaires are rabid dogs who deserve to die. I think Luigi did what he had to do. Would I go out and do that myself? No. But am I going to condemn him for doing that? No. There's a certain shit scale. I have a video I've been sitting on for a very long time, and it's about when it's time to resort to violence. Because unlike a lot of the population, I do believe violence can be the answer, but there's a spectrum. First, top of the list would be self-defense, so on and so forth, until eventually there's just somebody having an opinion that's different from you and saying that opinion, no. But again, these are tangents. I won't go into them too much, but yeah, no. If that's his opinion, that's his opinion. There's definitely a lot of examples to support his opinion. Not really, but there are examples. But no, not all billionaires deserve to die simply for becoming billionaires. And hell, even a lot of the sketchier billionaires still don't deserve death. Hell, even the guy Luigi shot, I wouldn't say necessarily deserved to die, but it's enough for me to understand why you did it. I can accept that you did it, and I'll even defend you to a degree for doing so. But no, this labels it. A statement like this, following the other statement, and then coming forward, and then only talking about the great parts of Saudi Arabia, and if we can confirm that he is actually being paid off not to comment on the bad parts of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, no, fuck him. That's taking it way too fucking far. What happened to you, man? What happened to you? You used to be cool.
To taking money from a trillionaire family that's known for human rights violations and modern slavery and will kill citizens that speak out against them. So I don't think it gets more hypocritical than that. But as we know, obviously money talks, and it turns out Bill will drop his morals and destroy his reputation and credibility for $1.5 million. And
That's it?
Only one? Oh my. 14 years ago, he talked shit about a guy getting it for $1 million. That's like $4 million now. Not really, but you know. It's $1.5 million. He sold his morals for $1.5 million. Good Lord. I mean, I could be bought for that money right now, but that's because I'm worth fucking nothing. Or not necessarily. I do have some money, but nowhere near enough to call it capital. But Jesus Christ. Billy Burr.
Bro, kids get paid more money to go and play Fortnite over there.
Yeah.
They were going to pay Mizkif like $1 million.
Yeah.
What the hell?
now he's just getting cooked for it. People are so pissed
That's
at him.
it.
And everyone doing the festival. Like, this has become a pretty big controversy. But out of everyone, Bill was definitely the most shocking for people.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
that's
think anybody was
true.
that surprised to see.
Okay, let's go. We got I Don't Know You, I Don't Know You. Fucking hell, Pete Davidson. I don't know you, I don't know you, I don't know you, I don't know you, I don't know you. I recognize you, I don't know you. I think I know who that is. If I saw up front of his face, I would probably remember. I don't know you, I don't know you, I don't know you. Hi, Kevin. I don't know you. Fluffy, hey, Fluffy went back to Saudi Arabia. Good for him. I don't know you. I know you. I'm blanking on your name. I don't know you. Bill Burr. Actually, I think I recognize you. I recognize you. I don't know you. I don't know you. I really don't know you. And I think I vaguely recognize you. So let's count here. You don't count. You will never count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people.
Tom Segura and Andrew Schultz taking the gig.
Sure.
So Bill, he's taking the most shit for this. You know,
Well, that's because he's been the most outspoken and obnoxious with his politics recently.
Okay, so him being woke is a recent thing. It's a recent thing. Okay.
Just shut the fuck up. Nobody would care. Nobody give a fuck about this. But it's the fact that he was going out there and saying all this shit, and then he turns around and does the exact opposite. Like, to me, like I've said many times, I would love to go to the Middle East, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about it. Like, slavery, kill journalists. Like, I hope they don't kill me, right? I mean, but I'd still want to go. Sure. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. But the difference is that, like, I'm not trying to fucking put some kind of like put myself on like a moral pedestal. I think people hate that, bro. Like, they hate that so much.
because of how hard he's just trashing the ruling class not too long ago. Like, I don't know how you could go from saying billionaires need to be put down to taking money from the Saudi royal family unless...
I wonder if they're billionaires. You know, it's actually a question if they're billionaires or trillionaires.
in a year. And it's not like Bill's career was falling apart and he desperately needs the money. I mean, he's already loaded.
My new perspective is there's nothing wrong with being a billionaire, but if somebody is working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month, and they can't make their rent, you're not paying them enough money. Maybe you should.
That's a fair statement. I agree with that. I mean, yeah. That's a very fair statement. I'm not sure why you would call that woke. But, I mean, we're just getting started, so I'm getting ahead of myself right now, I suppose.
You just be worth $900 million. Like, how does a CEO take a 8-figure bonus and none of your employees have dental insurance? They can't even go out and get a filling.
Tired of hearing.
He's right. That's 100% right.
About people going to bed worried about what's going to happen next week. There is so much fucking money.
Yeah, he's right. That's the thing is like, I mean, the problem is that, and this is the big issue with a lot of this like leftist politics stuff, is that I think that they've poisoned pilled leftist politics, and this happened as a result of the success of Occupy Wall Street, and I think also the Bernie Sanders movement, is that they've poisoned pilled leftist politics with leftist like values with identity politics and gender ideology and violent anti like rich people ideology, basically. And I think that they've done that intentionally in order to effectively make sure that they will continue to lose indefinitely. Because a lot of you guys, like, I mean, how many of you guys, if you just take in a vacuum, listen to what Bill just said, you agree with that? I agree with that.
Everybody agrees with that. I'm failing to see where the example of bullshit is coming from.
I think he's right. But the problem is that there are so many other identity issues and problem issues that it divides people, and they don't even think about these economic problems that are actually the most important things. And I think that it's been an intentional poison pill to the Democratic Party that's been done from the top down as a result of them almost losing their power structure with movements like Occupy Wall Street and Bernie Sanders movement and presidential run in 2016. That's my actual opinion. I think that it is intentionally done. And because the Democrats used to be the party of the working people, I think that now the Democrats are overwhelmingly the party of the elites.
They are. I mean, how many of their supporters have you seen arguing, are identity politics really less important than, what's it called? The action, the things that you do to help people. You know what I mean. I've heard lots of people argue shit like that, and a long time ago I agreed with them because I was stupid, young, and naive, and I didn't understand the first thing about politics. I was like 14 years old. Then I learned the most basic things about politics, and I realized how stupid everybody sounded. The amount of bullshit I've heard coming out of people's mouths way back in early high school, and even fucking 2 months ago, from some of my own family members, is just obscene and disgusting, and I can't believe I ever bought into that bullshit. But hey, now I'm the black sheep. I'm the black sheep of the family, the crazy lunatic.
Cultural and entertainment elites, along with a lot of companies that play footsie with them in order to hopefully get some of their voters and fans.
In this country,
I think it's
and there's so much work being done, you know. And if you work a full fucking week, at a job, you should be able to pay your fucking rent. You shouldn't have to go out and get a fucking job and still be struggling. It's bad for the country. At least these fucking billionaires, they need to be put down.
Billionaires, no. People who enforce this kind of thing upon millions of people, I can see what he's saying. Corrupt bastards who want to kill and hurt and abuse everybody around them for their own gain. I can understand what he's saying there, and I can agree with it to an extent. I'm not saying that we should go and gun down Elon Musk or Donald Trump or Bill Gates in the streets. But on principle, he is correct. In action, I would rather see an actual fundamental change in the work culture and the capitalist culture that would cause them to change their minds on doing and behaving like that rather than resorting to killing them. If that makes sense. If it doesn't, comment in the YouTube video we post. YouTube clip of this I'll be posting later. Let me know, disagree with me, we can talk.
Like fucking rabid dogs. They're like rabid with fucking greed.
They are rabid with fucking greed. They are. It is insane. They are losing their minds. Female bacon is correct. Based. Should we actually kill them? No. Is he right? Yes.
This is one thing
Am I a
that
hypocrite?
I
Maybe.
really don't like it whenever people like Bill Burr say stuff like this, because I think it's very naive. Anybody who is a revolutionary and that actually hates the ruling class, you're on their list too. Do you really think that all of these rich Hollywood performers aren't on the list of people that they want to kill?
He's not saying kill the rich. He's saying kill the rabid dogs that want to abuse and to take advantage of everybody around them to act like a cancer in the society. This is not Pokimane saying eat the rich. This is a guy saying if you're going to make all of your millions by abusing and exploiting and being a corrupt bastard, that's what he's saying is a bad thing. He's not being a moral hypocrite here. He's not saying kill people for being rich. He's saying kill people who maintain their wealth through exploiting other people. That is the fundamental difference in what him and Pokimane are saying. Who did Bill Burr exploit to get rich? He's a guy who told funny jokes, held shows, made a couple of contracts for movies and TV.
It's insane. It's like he's thinking that he's one of the good guys. You're a multi-millionaire.
He's not saying rich people are bad. He is saying that getting rich off of exploitation and starvation of other people is bad. That's the difference in what he is saying.
You're not one of the good guys.
Why? Is he one of the bad guys? Is he hurting other people?
What are you talking about? You're closer to the billionaires than you are to the people that are trying to get rid of them.
He's not saying kill people for being billionaires. He's saying, okay, he did say billionaires are rabid dogs that need to be put down, but he said that in the context of these billionaires got rich, and while their people can't afford their rent, they can't afford health care, they can't afford a basic simple filling for a cavity. That is the full context. You watched the full context like a minute ago.
Just going out and just dividing everybody.
Yes.
So I have a feeling we
And
probably
he's
won't
famous,
hear him
yeah.
talk like that anymore.
I hope.
And if he
I
does,
bet he will.
everyone's just going to clown on him.
Yeah.
There's no way people will take him seriously. I mean, he's just shameless, and he must have thought
I do think this has, I do think it's definitely damaged his credibility in a big way. I don't think people will listen to him seriously anymore.
people wouldn't have really paid attention to the festival, and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal because this is such a bad look. And
Comedian David Cross released a fiery statement on his website condemning the comedians who agreed to perform at Saudi Arabia's Riyadh Comedy Festival. I am disgusted and deeply disappointed in this whole gross thing that people I admire with unarguable talent would condone this totalitarian fiefdom for, what, a fourth house, a boat, more sneakers. We can never again take seriously anything these comedians complain about, unless it's complaining that we don't support enough. Okay, the rest of it's cropped out, but no, there is an argument to be made about whether or not taking Saudi Arabia's money was ethical. But I mean, I didn't hate on Gabriel Iglesias when he did it the first time. I'm not going to hate on these people for doing it the other time and be a hypocrite about it. Bill Burr can be arguably a hypocrite for stating that the guy who did $1 million for it 14 years ago, was an asshole, and he's a hypocrite for doing it now, but that was also 14 years of change. Before I condemn him or defend him for doing so, I would like to hear his statement on, because I'm sure he's going to have to make a statement eventually on why he changed his money on doing that now. So I'm going to wait on that, and if nothing is said, then yeah, he's the asshole. If he's just going to pretend he didn't say something like that so long ago.
and it was kind of under the radar.
And I'm not a fan of dredging things up from people's past and using against them now, but it is literally the exact same situation. It does come off as hypocrisy. There we go. Now we'll continue.
Until a few weeks ago when other comedians started calling them out. And then this clip of Shane Gillis went viral where he was talking about how he's turned down multiple offers. And now this story has gotten a ton of attention and everyone's commenting on it. And people are really disappointed in Bill Burr especially.
Everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like,
We saw this.
for Saudis? Yeah.
What
Weren't those the
9/11?
9/11 guys? So I thought. Aren't they exactly the 9/11 guys?
Now, there's a lot of drips, killjoys, and dweebazoids who are saying, oh, they shouldn't do comedy over there because it's whitewashing a regime that just...
Wait, whitewashing a regime? What kind of fucking bullshit is that? That's what people are mad about? I've never heard anybody fucking say that. This is... Zach Wood. Is he some kind of comedian? Is he trying to cover his ass? Yeah, I think I've seen this guy around a couple of times. Gabe Lewis on The Office. Okay, it sounds like he's trying to cover his ass.
June killed a journalist and killed Jamal Khashoggi and played a big role in 9/11. Shut up. Name one comedian who hasn't whored themselves out to a dictator.
Oh, okay. He's defending them. I thought he was... Okay, no. Good on you, Zach Woods. Good on you. That's my man.
Really lonely it can feel to look around and see people you used to admire and respect cave and show up in Saudi Arabia to take a check and abandon.
It's because most people's morality is not real, it's performative. I've been trying to say this for a long time, and whenever I say it, I get people mad at me because...
No, he's right. A lot of people have performative empathy, performative morality. I mean, look at literally Bill Gates. I mentioned him earlier. Most of his charities are, to my understanding, I'm not going to firmly state this as absolute fact, but to my understanding are fake. He funnels money into them, like 5 to 10% of that money goes towards actual charity work, and he lets the rest of the money stagnate until it bounces back to him after 5 to 10 years. That is my understanding of how they work. And yet he's renowned as this amazing philanthropist. And I think that is complete bullshit. Oprah is my favorite example of performative morality. She is fucking corrupt to the bone. And obnoxious on top of that in literally every definition of the word. What the hell is going on with this lady? Jesus Christ.
They feel like they're being called out themselves. But I think that the majority of people's morality is completely circumstantial. It's majority of the time self-serving. And it's also up for debate when it's inconvenient.
Even the most basic.
And this is with most, whenever I'm talking about like how many people this is like, I think it's like that for, I'm not even kidding you. This is what I really believe. 98% of people. Such a massive majority that it's overwhelming. Is that when push comes to shove, most people will choose comfort, personal interest, personal gain, and their own benefit over their morality if the difference is large enough.
My first stream was 3 hours of something I coined called corporate brain rot. 50 symptoms of corporate brain rot with companies attached to and true to life examples detailing each of these symptoms. And I had a lot of fun making. I spent over 500 hours making that stream. Now, I would take the money of any single one of those companies for a sponsorship. I would just charge them extra. Hell, for some of them I wouldn't even charge them extra. It's not that big a deal. Because some of their corporate brain rot things was just simple mismanagement within the company rather than toxicity to the outside world. But no, I would take their money. I'm trying to remember who this guy was, but there was this amazing environmental conservationist who did amazing work out in for the entire world. And he said, I don't care who you are, I'll take your money. And you know what I'm going to do with that money? I'm going to buy land. What do I need a golden dune buggy for? And that's the philosophy I will follow. I will take, if I ever get to that point in streaming and video creation, I will take any of your money and I will happily shill out for you and make it clear, and I'll meme on myself if I ever list anybody from those companies I listed in the corporate brain rot stream for being a shill. The whole stream, and if it's a simple video, well, it's a video. I mean, everybody knows how that works. So try and keep it short to the brief, and I'll try to entertain you guys while doing so. But I'm not going to do like a 50-minute video detailing, oh my god, this wallet is so fucking cool. God, that was annoying. But no, I will absolutely take money from companies I disagree with, and I will use that money for things I consider important to me and the world around me, if I ever get to that point.
Only 90.
Oh, and for the funny, I'm memeing on myself, shill streaming sponsors, I talked to my friend Poppy about this. He's my best friend. I told him the idea. He thought it was hilarious. But it was absolutely over the line in how I planned on making fun of myself and the company for sponsoring me. I don't think I'll ever go through with it, but I'm really fond of the idea. I really like it. It's so fucking extreme and over the top.
88 is conservative. Yeah, I mean, I try to be a nice guy, right?
They always claim to hold.
So yeah,
these people have failed to employ the most basic common sense and critical thinking, and others have decided to cynically accept money in exchange for whitewashing and BS. At the same time, these same people claim to be progressive here in the United States.
That's the problem that people have. That's the issue. It's not that you're doing it. It's that you're pretending to be a progressive while you're doing it.
I have to tell you, I really think that Bill Burr sort of fucked up here, bro. I really think he fucked up. This person said,
Kyle knows it.
Hey, did you know that Bill Burr is going to the Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival, the Riyadh Comedy Festival? And I said, that can't be true. No. That's
what can't be true is that earring and that hairstyle. I make fun of him, but he actually does pull it off. But it is still stupid.
Not true. To be fair, I didn't believe it either until I saw the image. I felt the same way.
No, that's not true. Come on. Turns out it is, y'all.
They've sold their soul. They've sold their ability to talk about shit. You're fucking hypocrites now.
True.
Yeah.
And everything you say is to be looked at through the lens of taking millions of dollars from slave owners.
And also, obviously, part of the deal for these.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Saudi Arabia. People have been doing this for decades.
Free speech warrior comedians is they can't say anything bad about the Saudi family, culture, government, religion, and I'm sure a ton of other stuff. And even before they went there, they weren't allowed to criticize any of that on their own podcast in America.
Okay. I mean, we all knew it, but okay.
And like Tim Dillon originally accepted an offer and he started ranting about how they use slave labor on his podcast, and that got him fired. So these comedians have to censor them.
Oh. Oh no. Timmy boy. Oh, that was not a good idea. You never, ever insult your boss unless you're in a position to do so. And hey, if Tim has no regrets over it, if he stands by that, good for him. Good for Tim Dillon for speaking up against them, and they fired him, and he says, hey, that's fine. You don't want to work with me over me speaking the truth. You want to buy my silence? It's not going to work. Great for him. Good for Tim. If he's upset about this and he thinks it's stupid, that's also very fair. But
themselves and just...
Of course they do, right? That's obviously what happens. And it's like, yeah, they do that. I mean, there's other places in the world that do bad stuff like that, sure. The problem that I think a lot of these people have is that so many people are afraid of just simply accepting something that isn't good. People always have to feel like they're right about everything. Sometimes, I really respect people that go to Walmart and they steal things out of Walmart, and you ask them, why are you stealing things out of Walmart? And they say, because it's cheaper and it's free and I want them. I hate it whenever it's, well, growing up, we didn't have a lot of money, and the society is this way, and, well, I wasn't treated the right way in 7th grade, and the price of it is right. Like, shut the fuck up.
He's right. He's right. I mean, no, he's right. If I'm going to get caught stealing something, which I have stolen stuff in the past. I was hungry. I didn't have a lot of money. But if I got caught stealing, I would have just said, yeah, I'm sorry. Fine. Have it back. Don't make it a whole drama spectacle. Don't make it all about you, even if it is technically about you. Just own up to it. Own your shit. Move on. Don't say, oh, it's morally justified to steal from Walmart because they're rich. And I mean, yeah, if you're going to steal from somebody, steal from someone who can deserve it, but don't say that shit out loud. That's cringe. That's stupid. That's self-aggrandizing. It's bullshit. You're stealing. It's wrong. Own up to it. And hey, if you're going to try and have a Robin Hood complex, don't go bragging about your Robin Hood complex. Jesus.
Just steal the fucking thing and go on with your life. Do we really have to play this game? Do we have to play this game where we have to clear your conscience from stealing things out of Walmart?
Do we have to waste everybody's time?
Steal it and smile. You're not Robin Hood. You're Robin the Hood. Do it. But don't expect me to give you a pat on the back and saying it's okay.
Exactly.
That's what's so annoying to me. I hate that.
Yep.
They try to justify, yes.
They positive things about Saudi Arabia. They're basically Saudi shills now. Like, as soon as Chris DiStefano got there, they put a camera in his face and made him talk about how much he loves Saudi Arabia.
I'm loving this country so far. I've been here for about 10 hours.
No. You have to understand, though, is that I understand his perspective because a lot of these guys are probably from California, right? So, like, they're used to being on a full loot PvP server. And then they go to Saudi Arabia. There are no Nevrons in Saudi Arabia. There's no homeless people. There's no fence zombies. Everything's fucking fine.
You know what? He's right. I was going to condemn this guy for being a shameless tool, but you know what? Maybe he's just narrow-sighted. He might just have tunnel vision, absorbing the culture, seeing how much nicer, and I'm trying to use quotation marks, but that doesn't come through a mic, but no, he's probably right. He's probably just not thinking about it and just talking out his ass rather than talking through his wallet.
He's from New York? Oh, same thing. What?
Fuck, that's worse. That's fucking worse.
What, do you think that's different? Same thing. And so, yeah, it must be nice. Yeah, exactly. And so, no, it's not a big deal.
More food than you can imagine. I want to know what I can do to become a Saudi citizen. My first time ever. No. I've never even been to the Middle East.
He did not say that. He did not fucking... Can I rewind yet? No. YouTube, fix that fucking bug. What? Let's check the comments.
But when I'm here now, I literally...
Ooh, the food, NYC PvP.
I'm like, why was I always...
They're probably getting the red carpet treatment too. Yep, that's true. My buddy stolen a deer stand from Walmart once, walked right out the back door. That's funny.
So why didn't I ever want to come here? I wish I would have come here 10 years ago. I want to...
God, this guy never shuts up about how great it is. What the hell is this? Different zone. Don't bring females to Saudi because when they get raped, they will go to prison if they report it. God, is it really that bad now? I always get the different extremisms when it comes to women in the Middle East mixed up.
I want to I'd like to start another family.
Just like American Dad, he'll be Muslim within a month. Actor, I didn't know you're back on sea, bro. Yeah.
In the Middle East and not tell my
guns pointing at
family back home. I'd like to live too long.
And this is obviously what the festival is mostly about, just them doing positive PR for Saudi Arabia. So these comedians will never live this shit down.
I mean, to be honest though, right? You think about it and you read the Old Testament and Solomon and all these OGs had like 7 wives. I don't know what fucking simp back a few thousand years ago decided, oh no.
Wait a second. Wait. Did he actually say, I want a second wife? Did he say that? Hold on. Let me turn myself... no, I'm not going to turn myself on. I don't want to listen to my own voice.
Oh, we don't want that anymore. Like, why? What the fuck was that? We got sold out, bro.
Nope, still can't rewind it. YouTube fix
Like
that.
every comedian that didn't do it is just gonna be busting their balls about it. Especially
Solomon
the ones
had
that turned
1,000
down
lives.
offers,
That's a
which
lot.
is gonna be great. You know, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, Bill Burr needs to be roasted for this. Like, other than Chris, he might be shilling the most so far. It sounds like he really wants to do more gigs there. Like, he does not give a fuck. I mean, he's getting a ton of backlash. His fans are so disappointed. All his comments are negative, and people want to hear what he has to say about it. And he did address it on the most recent episode, but he just talked
Okay, he did address it. Okay, let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear
3K
what he has to
views.
say.
Wow.
talked about how amazing it was and how it's the best thing he's ever done, which is exactly what the Saudis want. Like, this is why they're really paying him. And he obviously wants to keep doing gigs there and making $1.5 million a show.
That's good.
So, of course, he's going to go all out shilling for the Saudis.
Of Saudi Arabia is what I've seen, like, on the news. I really think I'm going to fucking land.
That's some nice photo editing there. Or is that AI? I can't tell.
And, you know, and everybody's going to be screaming, death to America. And they're going to have, like, fucking machetes and want to, like, chop my head off, right? Because this is what I've been fed about that part of the world, right?
Why would you, by the way, why would you even think that? I mean, it's very obvious. Like, anybody who plays online video games knows that, like, that's not really what it's like over there. Like, it's bullshit. But why did you even say this?
And we're flying over it.
Who thinks that? I
It's
don't
nothing
know.
but, like, these long roads and sand. It's like nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck did I get myself into? And then we land, and everybody's just regular.
The helicopter doesn't pay for itself.
Okay, that is AI. That is
Based
AI.
AI.
Dressed different, but they're regular. Like people just shooting the shit. Hey, how you doing? You know,
The oil.
welcome. We're saying, hey, we know we're happy to be here.
Yeah.
And we're driving around, and then I'm just like going like, I thought this place was going to be like really tense.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, is that a Starbucks? Next to a Pete's Coffee? Next to a Burger King? Next to a McDonald's? Next to a Pizza Hut?
He is not. He did not just do that. Did he just pull a Hassan Piker? Did he just pull Hassan Piker with, oh my god, you guys have Burger King? No fucking way! He did not do that. Oh god. Bill, I believed in you. I believed in you, man. I tried, but no, this guy, billionaire, fucking asshole, that is...
Bill,
next to a Dunkin' Donuts, next to a
Not
Krispy
all
Kreme, next to a
billionaires.
Cheesecake Factory, next to a KFC, next to a Chili's. They got a fucking Chili's over here. Then we go into the mall because I want to get my kids something.
Yeah, but they probably don't have an Oscar Mayer wiener, though, huh? Maybe not.
It was a Timberland store. I
Maybe
could
not
have bought
Specs.
Timberlands like I was in Brooklyn, New York.
You have to
Then there's
wonder if he's bought this easily. How long will it take for him to become a Muslim? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, So you think the Middle East has no fast food chains? Yeah, like, I've seen photos of the Middle East. I've had friends that are from the Middle East. Like, it's different, but it's not like you're walking onto Arrakis from Dune. It's just so silly.
Advertisement for like boxing and fucking.
I hear they have sand. I've heard about that too. It turns out that actually, that one seems to actually be true.
One and MotoGP and golf and all of this stuff,
Yes.
and I was like, oh.
Modern slavery in Saudi Arabia. Estimated number of people living in modern slavery. 740,000 people. Okay. It's a good start.
And then it just struck me as funny. It's like, they're eating this shit too. They're going to have to get some bigger fucking clothes. They're going to end up.
Can we get some numbers on Americans like that? I mean, I guarantee you the number's not 0. People working 3 jobs and are still damn near homelessness.
Looking like us.
Right.
So.
Not that much. Yes. Way more.
I go down to do the show, right?
I'm guessing Nia would have been all smiles here if Trump had offered Bill $20 million to do a show at the White House then. Oh, that's his wife. Oh, God.
They say, all right, the front 2 rows is going to be all diplomats.
Yeah.
In these padded seats. And then up top, the royals are going to be there. And I could just feel like these fucking people, the people. Okay, they want a fucking show. You could feel it. I was talking to the other comics. You could feel it.
He's right about this. Like, a lot of the guys that are in Saudi Arabia, like if you're a 25-year-old guy in Saudi Arabia, you probably grew up on the internet. You probably want to watch Bill Burr. I mean, it's not like they're not part of the global online culture. Of course that's the case. Absolutely. Yeah. Duh. Like, I mean, what's so weird to me about this is that it's the presupposition that they're this sort of like, it's like another world there. And I think like, that's not true. And you're playing that card in order for you to position yourself as if you're the one who's been culturally enriched. But what it really is, in my opinion, is it's just patronizing, honestly, to those people there. Those are intelligent, educated people in a lot of cases. Primarily the men are. But they're not like stupid or anything like that. He's framing it, yeah. And it's so dishonest. It's so dishonest. It's patronizing, and I think it's disrespectful to the people in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. It's disrespectful to everyone. It's disrespectful to the people that live in the Middle East. It's disrespectful to his fans that thought that he was like some sort of like moral paragon. It's disrespectful to all of the Antifa fans that are like, I hate billionaires too, except when they give me money. It's like, it's actual racism. It's kind of, I mean, like, I don't know if I go that far, but yeah.
He's right. It's weird. It's stupid to assume all people are different like that. I mean, the cultures are very different, but human fundamentals are almost always the same. They can enjoy humor too.
He's right, Spiro. I can't believe they sell coffee here. Yeah, I can't believe they sell coffee here. It's like, it's the same. Like, I remember it was kind of the same thing with like Hassan asking that one guy if they had KFC in Yemen. Of course they do.
Right, yeah, KFC in Yemen, right. Yeah, that was it. I'm so glad he brought that up. It was so fucking stupid. Burger King? They got a Burger King next to a Dunkin' Donuts? Like, what kind of fucking bullshit retardation is that? Okay, this isn't the Asmongold stream. I should stop quoting him. We're going to do that later, another time. We're going to do the Asmongold stream soon. As soon as I can get my hair grown out long enough to get extensions in. And hopefully I can get that all done and ready by the 31st of October. So we can do it as like a Halloween stream.
It's Yemen, not the moon. Of course they've got a fucking KFC.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you think they're going to eat?
They're going to eat babies and gays and women. That's what they eat in Saudi Arabia, of course. Oh, and rattlesnakes. Actually, do they eat rattlesnakes in Saudi Arabia? 1 second. No, it is not part of the standard diet in Saudi Arabia. They eat babies, they eat the gays, they eat trans people, they eat women, they eat snakes. Yeah, of course they eat food just like us. Guys, they're just like us.
But they wanted you to push, right? Of course. It was really fucking exciting. So I go up on stage.
Planet Arabia.
And I start doing my shit, and they're fucking into it. everything's going good. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm checking out the diplomats as I'm doing this stuff, and they're all fucking laughing. All right, so I'm going to push a little farther. And all of a sudden, I start getting in the zone. This is really amazing. And it was just this great exchange of energy.
Don't 9/11 your friends?
Right? So,
Billy Blood Money. Oh, my God.
The Royals loved the show.
I bet they
everyone
did.
was happy. The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. And, yeah, it was just this great.
I truly don't matter. A longtime fan. I'm so disappointed. Who knew Shane had more spine than you, Bill? Is he talking Shane Dawson? 1 second. Let me see if this is the right guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, Shane. Okay, yeah, this is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's cool.
Positive thing. And I got to tell you,
This
just to
is
be
why I think that it's always a short-term strategy that will fail in the end for people like Bill to have performative virtuous values.
Again, it was 14 years. His values can change. He is shilling a lot to the point that he should be ashamed, but I wouldn't call them performative values. It's just that his perspectives on life have changed in 14 years, which can matter a lot. It's not performative if you mean it at the time. Values can change.
Because eventually you will come up to something that will make you change your mind. And if you don't really hold this value, you don't really believe this.
There's a lot of people who believe their political viewpoints and their values at a time, and then they're met with new information that eventually makes them confront their own values and change their mind. Do I think this is one of those situations? No, but I do think that 14 years is a long damn time.
What's going to end up happening is that eventually you will trip, stumble, make a mistake because you're forgetting that you need to always be in character because you're living a lie.
This is not living a lie. This is not...
And that's why, like, I don't do any virtue signaling stuff or anything like that.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I've heard you say some stupid shit. I've heard you say some really stupid shit that I would definitely count as virtue signaling. Okay, maybe not virtue signaling, but definitely along the exact same lines as what Bill Burr was saying about the rich people. I can name at least 4 examples off the top of my head, and I've been a fan of you in, like, what, 1 year, maybe 2 years out of a 20-year-long career.
Like, I say all kinds of crazy stuff. And
yeah.
Honestly, if there's no TOS on Twitch, I'd say even more crazy stuff. But, I've got to maintain a degree. I've got to be a good boy to an extent. But yeah, it's all about money. Yeah, exactly, right?
So you're projecting. Did I just hear him right? He's projecting. Like, I say crazy shit. I have crazy political opinions, but I say them all within a vacuum because I don't want to get in trouble. But he says those things without worrying, and then over a decade later, it comes up again, and people don't, and then we're all condemning him before listening to his defense. Is that what's going on here?
Howard Stern would do the same shit. A lot of people would. Reddit says you grift. I mean, you could say it's grifting by me following the terms of service, but I think that there's a lot of people that do that.
I could think of a few times he's definitely pushed the TOS, but...
The treasure trove of untold 9/11 jokes you have? I've told a lot of those.
Part of that was it was fucking amazing. And the comedians that I've been talking to just saying, like, dude, you can feel it. They wanted it. They wanted it. They wanted you to, like the people want, like, they go online and they see it. They want to, like, see real stand-up comedy.
Yeah,
so, it was a mind-blowing experience. Definitely top 3 experiences I've ever had.
In some of the comments on this podcast,
is he talking about the experience or the money? I wonder.
Have almost as many likes as the podcast.
I think it's very likely that he's talking about the experience. I mean, from Fluffy's, recognition of his first time going to Saudi Arabia for a comedy show. He was talking about how he didn't want to do it, so he told them to just name a ridiculous figure, and so he left, and when they responded and wired the money, he went, okay, guess I'm going. He never had any intention of going there to begin with. Then he went, and he was worried that he was going to upset all these people, and that he didn't think that they were going to have a good time, and then everybody started having a great time, and that relief that he didn't screw up royally truly made him enjoy the experience a lot more. And that was him doing it alone. Bill Burr went there. He met a lot of comedian friends. It's very likely that he just had a really good time there, a lot more fun than he expected to.
Cast, which is a bad sign, and it has almost 80% dislikes. So he's just getting destroyed here. And like someone said in this podcast,
didn't Pete Davidson go and his dad died in 9/11? You see, I would make a really bad joke there, but there's a terms of service for the website that I can't do that.
I don't care. Pete Davidson went to Saudi Arabia. I had no respect for him to begin with.
This was a real bad one.
Bill tells us about how Saudi Arabia is not bad because they have
sellout,
American
right?
fast
Yeah.
food. And would you take a gig in the U.S. where you're not allowed to make fun of Trump? And Bill hates billionaires, but only if they're not paying him. And all his comments on Instagram are the same. So I think a lot of people are done with him. I mean, his career will probably be fine. You know, his career in Hollywood will be fine. But it sounds like a lot of the fans of his podcast and fans of what he's been saying the past year about billionaires and wealth inequality are probably done with him. But
Wait, you're saying all that stuff about billionaires in the past year. Man, this just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? Jeez.
You guys think? And if
9/11 was an inside joke.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you check out my Patreon.
Nah, this guy's fucking based. He's absolutely based. It's so clear what he's doing. He obviously didn't think Saudi Arabia was a nation of bloodthirsty thugs, but he pretends that was his misconception instead of the well-documented immorality of the Saudi regime. That way he can justify his change of position to himself. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and by the way, I do think that, like, over time, cultural exchange will be a positive for all of the countries involved. I don't want America to be more like Saudi Arabia, and I don't expect Saudi Arabia to be more like America. But I think that there can be a mutual exchange of cultures and respect that can happen at the same time. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that's very fair to say.
Posted another Duncan Trussell video because that dude has completely lost it. It's worse than I thought. I mean, he might be the worst at handling criticism. And same thing with Theo Vaughn. He crashed out recently and completely bombed out his Netflix taping.
Yeah.
And it was brutal. I mean, the Rogan sphere is completely falling apart now. And I've been covering all that over on my Patreon. There are over 150 exclusive videos. So if you want to stay up to date with everything and you enjoy the channel and want extra content, make sure you check it out. It's definitely worth it. I'll put a link in the description.
Good for him.
It seems the military.
Oops, just give me 1 second. Before I go to that, let me just do this first. So I think Bill Burr made a fool out of himself, made an asshole out of himself. And I think that now nobody should take anything he says seriously because he doesn't actually give a fuck about it. And it's that simple. I hear your point, Zach, but you seriously need more streams where you travel out of where you are? Yeah, I agree. I'd like to do that. I think that'd be nice. I mean, I don't really have a lot of restrictions now, so I can do pretty much what I want. So I think we could maybe see something like that in the future. So...
Well,
yeah, obviously.
So, no, that was a good video. Interesting to hear about Bill Burr. Grateful to whoever the fuck. I mean, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Anybody enjoyed my commentary over or going alongside Asmund Goats, please feel free to like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Okay. End of video. Let's go on to the next one. So, what are we feeling like next? Do we want to do, apparently they did nothing wrong? Comedians, do we want to do do we want to do a continuation of this? Let's do a continuation of this.
Yeah, I know this is something I don't typically talk about, but I'm going to blabber about it quite a bit today. I was recently talking about Saudi Arabia after their purchase of EA, going into detail about how they are gluttonously buying up basically everything thanks to their infinite money that they have at their disposal. They're basically playing life on admin mode. Like
I forgot that they did that. That's cool. That was cool.
This era where they just have so much money and now they're using it to buy everything. And I've talked about my own personal experience seeing that firsthand in the esports space.
Right. I forgot to mention this. Hold on one second. Hold on a moment. EA plans to buy, or EA's new owner plans to AI pivot to significantly cut operating costs. Report. Let's check. Yeah. So after last week, so I read about this earlier, and I think that is so very EA of them. That is good job on. It was the Saudis, right? Good job to the Saudis on buying EA. You guys are doing the exact same thing that they would have done. Oh my, and I didn't read about this. EA CEO Andrew Wilson will remain in his post. Good for him. Well, at least he's not running Disney. They're already screwing up plenty on their own part with that.
They fundamentally own esports. They've got the entire industry on nipple clamps right now thanks to the money they pump into it, because it's an industry that is deprived of it, and they are starving, malnourished when it comes to finances. And then Saudi Arabia has swooped in with that supple teat that they're allowing all the orgs to suckle from.
He's
Thus,
very creative,
they
isn't he?
now basically have esports in a stranglehold, a fucking full Nelson, really. And this is extending to basically everything in the entertainment and tech sector. And most recently, I'm sure a lot of you saw, there was a Saudi Arabian royal family-backed Riyadh Comedy Festival where basically every comedian with a pulse got paid a bag to go perform in Riyadh. And pretty much all of them did it with a big old smile on their face, and now that they've finished it, they're doing their best mental gymnastics to justify why it's actually not a big thing and they're not hypocrites for doing it. For those that don't know, Saudi Arabia has a multitude of human rights violations.
Yep.
One of the biggest ones that make the comedians in particular look like hypocrites is their complete disregard for freedom of speech. Like, that doesn't exist there. They execute people for...
I actually hadn't considered it from that perspective, but he's right. No, it is bad. It is ironic that comedians who are supposed to poke fun at establishments, people, what have you, they're executing their free speech through humor, but under a censored microscope. And I hadn't considered that from that perspective fully. That is
some
funny.
of the things they say. There are so many notable examples of it. And Dave Chappelle, in particular, has just released a little statement that I think is so laughably delusional that I cannot help but shoot spitballs at it, which is so painful because growing up, Dave Chappelle was such a big part of my childhood, as I'm sure many others. But this is just not the same guy. He has been replaced by a fucking skinwalker. He unironically said that it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia than it is in America. If that isn't the dumbest fucking thing...
I've heard about Dave Chappelle before. That is so fucking stupid and disappointing. I've heard Dave was a good guy.
I've heard of since Hawk Tuacoin. Dave, to even perform there, you signed a contract that expressly forbid you from talking about or joking about things that may be considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule Saudi Arabia, its ruling government, royal family, or any religion or any religious figure, period. This comes from a comedian that was offered to perform but said no, which is apparently very rare because not many comedians had the wherewithal to say no. They didn't have the...
All the respect to her. Do we have an image of what her name was? Okatasuka. Japanese, Taiwanese, American stand-up comedian, actress, and writer. What has she done? Nothing that I know of. And Elio. Okay.
The strength. So this contract was leaked, revealed to everybody from a comedian named Atsuka Okatsuka. Hopefully I said that name correctly. She got the invitation, the contract to go, and declined. She refused, and then revealed all of the stipulations that were put in the contract in the first place to ensure people were gagged on the things they were allowed to joke and talk about there. So all the comedians preaching about like how free they felt to speak, they literally signed a piece of paper binding them to ensure they wouldn't talk about a lot of things. So these are things that you are literally not allowed to talk about, Dave. You muzzled yourself just to even attend, to even accept that bag of money. It came with the stipulation that you would not talk about these things. It was fucking forbidden, Dave. Yeah, it's so easy to talk there as long as you agree to not talk about this laundry list of shit that they don't want you to talk about. And Dave, maybe you didn't read the contract. In fact, I'm confident you didn't. So what if you did end up talking about things they didn't want you to talk about? What would have happened? Would you have ended up like one of the many people who were sentenced to death for criticizing the government or making like, you know, what they deem to be destabilizing remarks?
Probably not, but he's making a straw man's argument right now for humor purposes, I trust.
Because that's something that Saudi Arabia still does pretty often. Like even in 2025, there's been a lot of executions, and one of them was a journalist who had made posts talking about corruption in the Saudi Arabian regime. His name was Turki Al-Jassar, and he recently was put to death on June 14th after being accused of terrorist crimes, including destabilizing the security of society and stability of the state, which, you're not going to believe this, Dave, there was no evidence for those alleged crimes. But don't worry, his family did at least get to visit him before they took his life, but his family wasn't informed that they were going to kill him. That was just a little surprise they sprung up. And they also haven't got his body, by the way, either. Weirdly...
Well, fuck. Wow. Yeah, that is bad. That is surprising. Not really. I mean, I know what goes down there, but yeah, that last detail there was pretty bad. Yeah.
Enough, Dave. It seems like his crime was talking. I don't know, man. There's just so many things that.
But there's a huge difference between a citizen and a guest from another country, a very famous guest from another country. I don't think that they would try to even get away with that. Pretty sure America would have had a huge issue if Dave accidentally broke the terms of service in their contract. But again, he's exaggerating. I understand that, kind of.
That are just giving me this inkling of a suspicion that it's not exactly as easy to talk there as you like to claim that it is, man. I don't know. There's just little birdies out there saying that it's not exactly super easy to talk in Saudi Arabia. You just happen to agree not to talk about the things that they didn't want you to. Brother, this is just so fucking see-through. Why don't you just be honest and say that the money they offered was too much to turn down? At least that's honest. At the very least, you're being honest. Like, Bill Burr's trying the same fucking mental gymnastics too, as opposed to just admitting, yep, I took the money, I know it makes me a hypocrite, don't care, it was a lot of money to perform for like a day or two or whatever. Like, you might as well just be honest. You've already fucking done it. There's really nothing you can say to be like, actually, this place fucking rocks. This is like all about, we get to joke about what we want and have a good hoot and holler. Because that's just so blatantly wrong. It is so provably false. There are so many things you can pull from to show all of the ways in which that is just not the case. Like, come on. People have the internet at their fingertips. They can easily just Google Saudi Arabia, like, speech laws or something. And you will find instantly, by the way, Turki Al-Jassar, who was just executed, he has been incarcerated for 7 years because of his crime of talking about things they didn't want discussed. And he was even allegedly tortured before they just recently executed him. Like, people can easily find this information, and yes, it does make you hypocrites. Because Dave Chappelle is someone that's, in this statement here, talking about how hard it is to make jokes in America because you might get canceled. And sure, fair enough, that is something that has been going on in America for a while now, and it super sucks. Unfortunately, it's only becoming more and more common now, too. It's fucking terrible. But, in Saudi Arabia,
they kill you. In Saudi Arabia, they kill you.
just get canceled, you get canned. You get sent to meet your maker if you talk about things that they don't want discussed. Here, the worst thing that's gonna happen to Dave fucking Chappelle if he gets, like, canceled is he'll lose, like, a show. But then he'll make up for it with a $50 million Netflix special and 100,000 new fans because people usually will support someone that gets, like, a show taken away because they said a joke that was too raunchy or something.
Yep.
Whereas the worst thing that'll happen to Dave Chappelle in Saudi Arabia if he did decide to go rogue off book and start criticizing like the royal family and talking about corruption and shit, they might have fucking imprisoned him and maybe down the line killed him.
I don't think they get as far as kill, but yeah, no, it is very possible they would have arrested him or at very least kicked him out of the country, for sure.
Because they have a track record of doing that. Maybe not someone to Dave Chappelle's size. They probably wouldn't do that because they know that would be such an international incident.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
to just paint the picture, that is something they do there and actively continue to do, showing no signs of stopping. And yet Dave has the chutzpah to try and claim that it's easier to talk there than here. Fucking crazy, man. I almost feel like part of the contract had to be like brainwashing of these comedians too, like literally just forcing them to spit shit out for them, just vomit like tourism brochures. Because Bill Burr, after coming back, is like, oh my god.
Was there tourism brochures they had to show? Burr had an entirely different outlook on the event from the inside. Monday Morning Riyadh was top 3 experiences he ever had. That's fair. It was great to experience that part of the world and to be part of the first comedy festival. Saudi Arabia, the royals loved the show, everyone was happy. Yeah, all that sounds provably true. Or not provably, arguably true.
This was life-changing. Calling it a top 3 experience he's had. It was a great experience, that part of the world, and to be part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. The royals loved the show. You don't say. They loved it? Damn, Bill, that's crazy that they happened to love it. Everyone was happy. The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. Great news, man. I'm super happy to hear that it went really well for the Saudi Arabian royals there. I was worried. I was a little nervous that the sets might kind of not go over really well there, but I'm happy to hear it was a home run with the royals. God, Bill Burr's defense of it is almost as fucking stupid as Dave Chappelle's. You think everyone's going to be screaming death to America and they're going to have like fucking machetes and want to chop my head off, because this is what I've been fed about that part of the world.
Yeah, hearing it a second time, it's a lot worse. It's a lot worse the second time around. Oh my, Jesus Christ.
Who are you even talking to, like addressing with this? A ghost? Like, what? Who is actually expecting you to go over there and be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? They paid you unfathomable money to be there for a day, Bill. They're probably not going to be trying to chop your head off screaming death to America. You are there as a helpful, useful puppet on...
It's possible that he meant that as a joke. You make a lot of jokes. It's very possible that it was a joke.
On their strings that they are feeding money to dance because it is supposed to help them with...
Not a funny joke, but I mean, it was pretty likely a joke.
Tourism. This is put on by their fucking, like, tourism arm here. And also to help obfuscate a lot of the bad stuff going on over there. Of course they're not going to make you have a horrible time, Bill, by waving machetes around. What are you talking about? What a crazy, unhinged statement. So Bill, before getting there, thought he was going to be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? Really? That was the impression you were under? Also, the way he talks about Saudi Arabia, like what he describes, I think is just like extremely fucking weird. Is that a Starbucks next to a Pizza Hut, next to a Burger King, next to a McDonald's? They got a fucking Chili's over here. I had to stop a couple times during the show and say, I'll be honest with you guys, I cannot fucking believe any of you have any idea who I am. It was just this great exchange of energy. They know their reputation, so they were extra friendly. How is that anything beyond, like, a full-blown insult? Is Bill just a big fucking idiot or something? Like, how oblivious is he to the world around him? He's talking about Saudi Arabia like he's talking to children, like, I cannot believe you guys even know who I am over here. He expected them to not have, like, electricity or internet or something? Like, why wouldn't they know who you are, Bill? You're one of the biggest names in the world. Why would you think they wouldn't know who you were?
I definitely would not say Bill Burr was one of the biggest names in the world. Like, I knew who he was, but I definitely don't think, like, he's oh my god, mega famous Elon Musk, Donald Trump. He's a pretty big comedian, and maybe even a very big one. I'm not too big on the comedian scenes, but no, it's very reasonable that they wouldn't assume everybody in the world would know who he was. And given his preconceived notions about Saudi Arabia, he probably felt like the internet was monitored like North Korea or something like that, maybe. It's completely natural to assume, oh yeah, this other part of the world I never think about would know who I am because I never think about them. It's not that hard to put together. It's not that crazy.
He talks about this.
It's the fast food bullshit that's stupid right there. That's the really, really stupid shit.
Like, it's just, I'm not taking crazy pills, right? Like, this is a super odd thing to say. He took this money, and as he's going over there, he thought he was going to be met with machetes and people coming for his skull saying, "Death to America." He gets there, and now he's, like, raising an eyebrow, shocked, saying things like, "You guys have..."
Yeah, he's talking, now that he's face-to-face with them, he's saying, "Wow, I can't believe that you guys know who I am. I'm surprised." It's a completely normal conversation to have. What? Oh yeah, you want to hire me? Sure. Goes there, meets them. Yeah, I'm surprised that you guys want to hire me. I didn't know who you were. Yeah.
The fucking Chili's over here?
Okay,
what are the odds? Over here in this part of the world, you have a Chili's? It's just so weird. Like, again, if Bill would just say, like, look, I'm a hypocrite. I took the money. I couldn't resist. I put my hand in the cookie jar. I was too tempted. It is what it is. At the very least, he'd be being honest. Like, there's more dignity in that than what he's trying here with these statements. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to just insult all the comedians that went. That would be a 10-hour video, because every comedian went, basically. There were a few that didn't, and I want to give flowers to one in particular, Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis has been on a meteoric rise for over a year.
Oh, they're talking about Shane Gillis. Okay, who's Shane Gillis? Oh, that's who that is. Okay, it's that guy again.
Now, where he's become one of the biggest names in comedy. And Shane Gillis, according to him, was offered a bag to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. But he turned it down. He even did make a statement saying that he took a principled stand and declined the offer to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Now, he's not the only one that said no. I already mentioned Atsuko Akatsuka. She's the one that actually revealed the censorship rules in the contract that we talked about earlier. But it seems like the overwhelming majority of comedians that received the offer accepted it, seemingly without a second thought crossing their mind whatsoever. Even some of the comedians that claim to be very supportive of free speech, putting a huge emphasis on it as part of their materials and their sets about how important it is, like Jimmy Carr, well, they couldn't resist either. Fucking Jimmy Carr was a co-headliner for this. Really stuck to your guns on that one, eh, Jimbo? And he's far from the only one. If you look at the people that performed there, many of them you've probably seen frequently posting about how wrong it is that people will face, like, punishments and stuff because of, like, what they might post online or, like, jokes or whatever. But they're totally fine taking money from Saudi Arabia, a place that literally has executed people for their opinions and things that they say online. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Until you realize that those comedians, they don't actually believe any of this shit, it seems. They're more than willing to fold on all of this as long as they get paid enough money. It was pretty uncommon to see people say no. And Shane Gillis is right now at, like, the height of popularity for comedians. And he, I have to imagine, got a crazy, crazy, crazy offer to go, but still said no. And I just find that to be amazing. I'm really happy to have learned that Shane Gillis wasn't there, but I was very disappointed to see many of those that were. All of the comedians that turned down the offer, I think, deserve, like, a very strong round of applause, because they actually do practice what they preach when it comes to free speech and the importance of it. Meanwhile, all the comedians that love to yap about principles and all that for their sets and then still went to Riyadh Comedy Festival, seems pretty clear that it's all a bunch of fucking horseradish from them. To me, at least, it seems pretty clear that they're just fucking sellouts that don't...
I do believe a vast majority of them are sellouts, but I also think that there's a moral argument to be made that just because the royal elite of Saudi Arabia does something bad doesn't mean that you should deprive the citizens of the opportunity to experience your show. I mean, if the Saudi Arabians are paying them to come up and perform, were the tickets to the Riyadh Festival paid? 1 second. One second. Okay, never mind. I thought like maybe it was a free show for all the people for all the citizens of Saudi Arabia, but no, you had to buy tickets to it. Never mind. Yeah, no, there's no more argument to be had then.
Don't actually believe in the things they pump their fist about and joke about on.
I mean, you could still say like it's unfair to deprive people of the opportunity to come see your show, but I mean, it's a lot stronger of an argument to make if the tickets were free to the general public of Arabia.
Stage or anything. It's all just phony baloney performative, and as long as you give them enough money, it's not like a principle they're going to stand by. They'll just go take the money instead. Oh, something else I really want to mention, and I know I've already been blabbering about this for a while. Tim Dillon is another comedian who initially accepted the offer, and then on his own show was poking fun at it in saying like they use slavery over there and that he's willing to turn the other cheek because the money was so much, that kind of thing. And they fired him for it. So the implication is, when you accept the deal from Saudi Arabia, you then also have to censor yourself in America too, and just constantly promote Saudi Arabia and the regime. So even on your own show in America, you were still needing to be a full-blown Saudi Arabian shill. So everyone that went is just so fake, such hypocrites, and they are now just fully shills for Saudi Arabia. They're just so fucking fake, man. It's crazy. I'll stop blabbering about it. I know it's been a little bit already, but it's so sad. It's pathetic. It really is. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
If I had a nickel each time a female character from a
So that was Moist Critical and Asmongold. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Let's move on to this, because I had a lot to say about this earlier today, and I still want to keep going. Hello, Dasher Pie. Cute profile picture you have there. Nice to meet you. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Comic Week show got hate online because they got hurt and have human feelings. I'd have 5 nickels. Which isn't a lot.
Let's get these out of the way right now. I'll go into more detail as he brings them up, but Satan, cute, it's complicated, it's even more complicated. I have no idea who the fuck you are. Is that like Michelle Gonzalez, that Latina chick from the Spider-Man comics? I don't know.
Alright, but still messed up that it happened 5 times. And what are the examples? Amber, Lois, Rogue, Annie. Literally goes your whole argument. And the girl, I do not know her name, nor do I care, from the new Spider-Man show. Listen, bro, that opens up an argument with it's because they have human feelings. You're not on the right side of history. Honestly, if you say any of these characters deserve it, you just can't see the situation from a character's perspective.
Only one of these characters does this apply to. Only one.
Only the viewers. Mind you, Annie from The Boys blamed Huey.
Annie from The Boys is that one example, but I'll get into it in a second. I'll let him talk first, then I'll go into with my own perspective. I'll show a little self-restraint on this one.
For getting SA'd. He was assaulted. And she found a way to blame him for it. And she found a way to blame him. Yep. That was wrong, but Huey also had sex with Starlight, with the fake Starlight, like 17 times and didn't notice anything wrong. She was a doppelganger. Literal shapeshifter. She can literally come.
Yeah, no, if I was dating Annie and Annie came in full cosplay, I wouldn't question that for a second. I would be very excited.
I mean, Starlight's memories! How was he supposed to know that? Was he supposed to pick up the fact that she was supposed to have a birthmark on her right butt cheek or something?
Right, she looks just like you. You know, right down that freckle you have.
She was acting a little
Here it is. Yeah, him finding out. Shot her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and it did nothing to the doppelganger. I'm gonna get into the arguments against it in a moment. Don't worry.
What was he gonna do? He's a regular human. That person could have broke his neck. Also, going off the fact that he literally almost got gaped by...
Did not almost. He absolutely was. I mean, he was consenting in quotation marks, but I mean, it was for the cover, and he did not sign up for that when he signed up to go in on the cover to go that hard into
Diddy Wayne over here and was assaulted by 3 different people now and almost got penetrated. And there's just no empathy. and I'm supposed to cater to her human feelings.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna get started now on my arguments for and against Annie being in the wrong. For starters, the wrong. She absolutely blew it out of proportion. She was far too hard on Huey, but you have to imagine it from her perspective. She was locked in the basement for weeks, hoping that Huey would come and save her, would realize what's going on, and would help her out. And instead found out that he enjoyed his relationship with her more and kept getting goaded with the fact that Huey likes fake Starlight more than the real one, infinitely more. Imagine the toll that would take on your psyche over an extended period of time. How fucked up that would feel. You would be upset, devastated, and angry. And the show didn't even end 2 days later after that whole thing came out. It was still all very raw and fresh to her. I would rather wait until the next season comes out and see how she treats him then. If she's still mad at him in the next season, yeah, no, she's in the wrong. Absolutely 100% in the wrong, but I would say it's okay for her to be upset at first for a little bit. And she also didn't get mad at him for when the BDSM stuff either. She sympathized with him and took care of him and all of that. No. Annie was upset. She had every right to be upset. Did she lash out at Huey wrong? Yes, but she was not in the wrong 100%. It was a spectrum of bullshit that was going on there. That's just my take on it, however. I mean, I still say she's in the wrong, but I don't think that she's like, oh, it's 100% she's the worst one on the list. No, the worst one on the list is this one. This one right here, this motherfucker right here is the worst on the list. By far. She has a redeeming opportunity.
The superhero's human feelings. Fuck out of here. Now let's go to terrible candidate number 2. Yep. Amber. If you defend Amber, you just defend bad writing at this.
There is a massive difference between a bad person and bad writing. Amber is not bad writing. She is a masterfully written gaslighter and manipulator. Masterfully done. I've known them extensively. I've even got one in my own family. And I've dated many, and I've also had several of them as friends too. I've not had a very good luck of the draw when it comes to the people in my life. Amber is a well-written character. The bad writing was how the entire show tried to frame her as the morally correct character, as trying to frame her being in the right. If Amber was a clear-cut villain from start to finish and the show treated her like a villain from start to finish, it would be masterfully written. People are only mad because the show doesn't call her out on her shit.
Like, you just don't care. You just don't. If it's a woman, you would defend it at that point. If you really think Amber was in the right whatsoever, or if you even think it was actual like any type of intelligent writing going on with there.
There's a difference between intelligent writing and characters' motivations.
Whatsoever. If you go back and watch that episode, Amber knew he was a superhero and noticed that he left when they was at the college campus. Wonder where he was. Saw a superhero that looks, I don't know, kind of like Mark. Same hair. Help film. And you know what she did? When Mark came back, she started crying and was like, where were you?
No, this isn't what it looks like.
You took off. You left us here with that thing.
Amber.
I confess that, hey, I'm a superhero. And you're like, I knew. You knew, but you started crying. You knew, but you started questioning where I was. You knew, but you just didn't see me save your life just then. That's bad writing!
I mean, it's cute. You think that's enough.
But, Amber!
Fly away, fly boy.
She said she knew for several weeks, too! Talk about a soup kitchen. What? I'm sorry, man. A soup kitchen ain't gonna stop Thanos from coming. I love that for you. That's great. You help people. But you made it really about yourself. Because you're like, well, spend time with me. I'm a damn superhero. What are you talking about? Stupid. That's terrible writing. It's literally just the cheap.
Not terrible writing. Masterful manipulator. Her being a bad person is not bad writing. The show framing her as a good person was the bad writing. Massive difference.
Oh, we need a strong reaction to let us know that being a superhero isn't everything. Having a secret idea or keeping a secret is bad. You know the don't stay in the closet comparison thing, basically. Not revealing this to your loved ones isn't good. Like, it's a superhero, dog. It's sensationalized. You can't, it's not really a comparison. Now we come to candidate number 3. They literally turned my girl into a hussy. If you want to say, okay, technically they weren't like together, okay? Give her break. Yeah, the game is not entitled to her. Okay, sure. They weren't official. If you want to get technical. I don't know, this felt like a weird retcon. We all knew, if you want to say there wasn't a relationship, we all knew they was at least talking, bro. They were at least talking, bro. We all knew they was at least talking, bro. Come on, they was at least talking, bro. Okay, she can't touch him, so that's the difference. So you want to hook up with mutant Hitler over here? That's what you want to do? Our enemy? That's what you want to do. The man that, I mean, that's what the streets be saying. I ain't saying that the man that basically groomed you, that's what we're doing? And you didn't realize it, that this was like, probably not good until...
There's a reason why it's called grooming. When grooming is involved, there's a reason why grooming is illegal. It's because they shape and frame your mind. They take control over that. They morph it into what they want it to be. That is what grooming is. That's why it's associated with like cleaning your hair and hygiene. You're shaping it into what you want it to be against its will. If Magneto had actually groomed Rogue, I would say that there is some kind of difference with that. There's a reason why you can't consent to somebody you groomed who's underage. There's a reason why grooming is almost exclusively done to people who are underage. Is she still complicit in what she did? I would argue yes, because that's my stance on those kinds of things. But inarguably, there is usually, if this is actually a case of grooming, majority of the weight of the actions on the groomer rather than the groomee. That's why they're known as victims. Do I side with what Rogue did? No. Do I think that, oh, she's horrible, everything wasn't her fault? No. She still did a bad thing. But I would not say that she's some irredeemable, terrible person and it's horrible writing and all that other stuff.
Until he dies? Until he's literally dead? Huh? Cheap, stupid, NTR writing. That's dumb. That's stupid. Argue that. Now we come to candidate number 4. I ain't really going to address her because I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing with the whole... let me guess. You lied to me, Peter. You didn't tell me you were Spider-Man. Like, you entitled to something that deep and something that big. Okay? Some people will defend the Lois Lane thing. My whole thing about it is, where did this whole cheap, we're going to be mad at you being a superhero thing come from? You're a superhero. He's Superman. You lied to me, Clark. I'm Superman. Duh. Who wouldn't want to, maybe I should be kind of cautious with something this big. I don't even know your middle name. Okay? We ain't married. You ain't entitled to me.
They
This
didn't
whole
even know
like,
each other for a
entitlement
month.
that they're giving to these female characters just blows my mind. It's not about them having emotions. They're just self-centered. Even if it's true, can we stop acting like every human emotion for any situation is automatically deemed good? Because it ain't. And if you would say, oh, you only criticize them because they're a woman. Mind you, put it this way.
Here we go.
If that's the case.
Here we go.
How come, if that's the case, whenever a friend, who usually is a male, finds out that they're a superhero, they're usually in awe of them being a superhero. But every time it's a female character, every time it's a girlfriend, every time it's a crush.
I can tell you why. I shouldn't say it, but I'm gonna. Okay, here is the massive difference right here. Peep this, to quote Wes. I'd like to quote Jack Nicholson. You want to know how I rate women? I think of a man, and then I take away all reason and accountability. Now, let's take that reason and accountability and apply it to any situation. She was emotional, she was traumatized, she was upset, and she lost reason and accountability and started lashing out at her boyfriend for an impossible situation, for the expectations out of a source of desperation she had pushed onto him. Was it a mean thing to do? Absolutely. Was she in the wrong? Inarguably, yes. Do I blame her for feeling that way? No. This is Lana, right? No, this is Lois. Lois. She expected to know everything about her boyfriend that she had known for less than a month. Not a very common thing I've found with women. No, and I'm not going to claim all women are like that. I'm not even going to claim most women are like that. I'm not even going to say half of them are like that. It's a minority trait, but I have met more than one person who is a woman that is like that. And I think for Lois's character in the show, I watched the show, it was very consistent for her to think like that. No hate on her. That's how she behaved. Should she have behaved like that? No. Am I gonna call it bad writing? Am I gonna call her a horrible person? No. Was it silly? Kinda. Okay, absolutely it was silly, but I've seen a lot worse. I've dealt with a lot worse. And you know what? It's still a cute show, and I think the relationship is still cute.
Have any other reaction to it? Peep that for a second.
But that's why it's a stereotype. It's because it's common. That's why it's a stereotype. It's very common in real life. And also the difference between a female romantic partner and a best friend is also incredibly different, much like the perspectives on things between a man and a woman. For a guy, they want to be a superhero. That's why they're always like, oh my god, that's so cool, I'm so happy for you. Meanwhile, the women, they're thinking of the danger and the liability and how unavailable he's going to be. And the fact that they're feeling betrayed as a romantic partner, not as a woman. This is a romantic partner thing. They have that weighing in too. That's why they feel like that, and that's why the two characters, or two genders of characters, act that way. You're not hating them for being women, you're hating them for behaving like women. Okay, that was bad even for me, but I stand by that joke. Joke, mind you. Even if it's true.
Who's really the sexist one here? Amber's character was so bad they literally had to rework her entire thing. They had to do a whole U-turn with her character. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
They didn't even want to address it. That's how bad it got with Amber. And you gonna tell me that she was just having emotion? No. Cut that nonsense. It's nonsense. Okay? That whole character melodrama is nonsense. Apparently these characters were in the right. Get the freak out of here. Jumped off a whole building talking about Lois is in the right. Annie over here talking about, why didn't you see that it was me? Why didn't you see it was me? Dumb writing. Okay. I'm done.
Okay, guess we're going to cover this next. This one is not going to be as fun as the past two. And I know the first couple weren't as serious, but
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving
this is going to be bad. This is going to be intense. And after that, we're going to cover 2 reactions to this video. I want to see what the people had to say about this. And unfortunately, YouTube will still not let me skip or fast forward in any way. So fuck them for that. Can you guys please get into this bug? I've done literally everything I could do. It is clearly a problem on your end. And I filed so many tickets and none of you have gotten back to me on it. But regardless, this is going to get intense. If you want to leave, I understand. But we're going to talk about this now. Yeah. And we know this one's going to be really bad because it's more than twice as long. And well, let's cover this out. Shows she was never progressive. And how do I make this about me? The entire first 2/3 of this was about Charlie Kirk and the other people. And the final third, which she disclosed at the start, was her going to talk about how she feels about it. Fucking stupid, retarded ass take. So that's going to be very emotionally fun for me to have to deal with.
A talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere he was.
And Sean had Amazing Girl. Follow her, subscribe, like the video, and Westside Live, very funny guy. Check him out. Anyways, let's move on.
Dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed. The dark, disturbing realization that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder. I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago, just stream of consciousness posting about it, with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still feel the exact same way. So we are going to talk about what happened, we're going to talk about the aftermath, and then we're going to get a little personal, because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore.
There's a disclosure right there.
Feel the exact same way, so we're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO, he was not a powerful politician, and let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to. Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a f***ing guy. He was a f***ing podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics. He was a guy who had conservative beliefs. Not everyone knows a billionaire CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs. They know somebody who holds some or many of Charlie Kirk's opinions. Because despite what people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook posts. You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk, or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like, for example, the 2 most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots. But guess what? Both those things, the 2 most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered, are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man. These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so fucking mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying. But more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he said this, oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he said that I disagree with. There are many things he said that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America. We have freedom of speech here. Unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong guy, but 2 wrong guys, the FBI finally got the shooter. Only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this f***ass demon, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including, "Hey, fascist catch," and
"Notices bulges capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?
Fucking stupid
A
still.
lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groyper, which is a far-right fan of the streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest. I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist, and they wouldn't say he was hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav Squat meme from 2012, and they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav Squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a groyper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog dressed like a clown, and then being like groyper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like, where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people
I was like saying, no, I'm not gonna go there.
say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving. But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shu here, more things came out. Definitely not a groyper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
Here we go. Here we go.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
I hate this every single fucking time.
God's timing is always right.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling. And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with...
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not, ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
That last one for me, I consider to be the most fucking egregious and disgusting out of the whole fucking list. This one is also pretty bad too.
Fuck your homie dead! Fuck your homie dead! He got shot in the head! We got Charlie and we got Charlie and
The fact that I'm just noticing this, is that Dr. House on a trans flag? You do know what the kind of shit Dr. House would say about you people, right? You do fucking realize that, right?
I heard someone got shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is weird. You don't have to like violence, but I'm confused as to how you thought the revolution was going to be magically bloodless.
That's actually a fair point right there. He's not exactly taunting Charlie Kirk's death. He's just saying, like, of course this was going to happen, and that makes total sense. No, that is how most revolutions happen. Still think he's an asshole, but yeah.
I've been saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
I didn't like what he said, and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a shit that he's dead.
Fucking disgusting, all
The
of
best
you.
part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing.
That aged well, didn't it, bitch?
It will activate no one.
Wrong.
It will impact few.
Wrong.
It's just great.
There are a lot of
off,
people
whore.
that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
saw the video before they even put out the confirmation. There was no chance that he made it through that. This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but a welcome surprise nonetheless.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end all. Get rid of them all. His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that...
His kids aren't even 5 years old. She's saying to kill his kids who aren't even 5 years old. Let that sink in.
Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that. Some of these people...
You want to know how I found out about it? I was walking home from work, and I got a notification on my phone on Twitter. My private account said like, oh, well, that happened. So I checked it. Like, I didn't even follow this person. It's weird that a statement like that went so viral, and I was confused. So I went under her profile and started scrolling, and it was her celebrating Charlie Kirk's death until I eventually found the original post she was referencing, saying, if Charlie Kirk gets killed today, I'll post my nudes to celebrate. And that was roughly 3 hours before the shooting. It was fucking disgusting and revolting. And I couldn't fathom the thought process. I didn't even think to check it like any days later if she followed through with it, because I was so disgusted that I actually took a long break from Twitter after that. I don't post anything or interact with anybody. I'm strictly just a idle viewer, but that really just hit hard, and I figured, okay, I gotta hide from Twitter. Twitter's so extreme. And then I kept seeing on Snapchat a bunch of people I follow but don't interact with just fucking celebrating. I mean, I know a couple of them were Hassan Piker fans, which I unfollowed those, but... And then the Instagram people were celebrating, and okay, I gotta avoid that too. And so I started just interacting on Facebook more, and oh my, hey look, more people I know fucking celebrating. I couldn't get away with it. I couldn't get away from it. Everybody was celebrating. Hell, even this one girl I was talking to, she was still on the more liberal side of things, and she was just going, hey, and she was still defending it to some degree. She wasn't strictly saying, oh yeah, he deserved it, or he didn't deserve it, but it happened, and I'm not sorry, or something like that. Saying like, hey, he's still an asshole, and I'm going, but was he? He was a guy. Anyways, I'm not talking to her anymore either. I lost a lot of people that in my life over this. Very few that I actually knew well, but a few people I had a couple of conversations with. A few people I just followed because I thought they were fun, interesting people. One person I was hoping to get to know more intimately until I got perpetually disturbed by that whole conversation.
Posting with their full names and faces, with hundreds and thousands of likes, thousands of tweets celebrating it with 500,000 likes. And it's important to remember that all of those likes are a real person. Millions of people in this country apparently believe the acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder. This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers, nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are teachers showing our children the gory, horrifying video of Charlie's murder on repeat. The hippy-dippy "in this house we believe" shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust. I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people from Stormfront who were celebrating her death. This is different. It's never been like this before. It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen. Normal people have to log into like an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions. And these people are out here full face, full name, like hell yeah, murder. What? The smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic with their full name and face because they live under the pathetic delusion of being on the right side of history needs to end. They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they are using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense, because these are the same things to them. Also,
Yes, it is the same thing to them, and it's... I'm not going to have to say a lot about this first video here. I don't have anything I disagree with. I don't have anything I really urgently need to say to this, but I felt like it was important to get this in full context first before we go into the actual discussion of the people who are responding to this video. It's a very important video and something I think a lot of people need to hear. Let's see here. Did anybody... Nope. Overwhelming majority agree with this. But still, that's a disturbing number nonetheless of people who disagree. I think this is wrong. And then I don't mean the shooting.
I'm going to be the one to point it out because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women?
I was not at all surprised to see that most of them are women. I've interacted with women before.
Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet.
Yeah.
What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because last year...
I wasn't surprised at all to learn that they were women. It's the same thing Jack Nicholson said in that movie again. All over again. They're very, very aggressive and prone to violence now. They've been radicalized by the feminist movement to think that the extreme answer or the extreme response is always the right answer. And that's really all I have to say about it. I mean, I'm sure if I was in a better state of mind, I could go into much more intense analytical detail, but I've already had a long day. We're nearly 2 hours into this stream already, and we've got a lot more of this to go over. So I gotta moderate. I gotta practice moderation with this.
Year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of a president, and this year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion of the punch a Nazi thing from like 2017. Do you guys remember that? We always knew it was a slippery slope. That's why we were against it. And they always say this dumb shit like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi. Even a congressman from my state, New York, was like, oh, if you want to stop being called a fascist, you should stop being a fascist. Yeah, that's great, except you've called everyone and their mother a fascist and a Nazi for the past, like, 15 years.
I had a whole argument with my mother over whether or not Donald Trump was a Nazi. It's an interesting story, but again, I have to practice, what's it called, moderation with this right now. But it was not a pleasant argument, and it was interesting getting to see that side of her.
And I see a lot of progressives in my audience like, Shoo, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi, fascist, reactionary for over the last few years. Would you like to see? I have been making this list since 2023. Let's go. Let's just read this together real quick. Mocking/criticizing pop feminism. Believing adults can do whatever they want. Being pro-free speech. Being liberal. Talking to people I disagree with. Being friends with people I disagree with. Following people on Twitter I disagree with. Supporting Bernie Sanders. That one came from the right. Being registered independent. Criticizing Joe Biden, criticizing the Democratic Party, not being attracted to feminine men, not hating men in general, criticizing Canada's
Being not ugly.
MAID program, not taking the COVID vaccine, criticizing the FBI, criticizing the CIA,
Wearing fake eyelashes, dressing modestly in videos, saying there's an obesity epidemic in America.
CIA, believing the CIA killed JFK, using an American flag backdrop for my videos, saying elites, saying working class, saying based, making a joke about Joe Biden eating ice cream, making a joke about Pete Buttigieg being born in a test tube, making jokes in general, being cis, being white, being a woman, being a cis white woman, telling someone to take a shower, not being anti-gun, not being fat, being monogamous, liking Huey Long, celebrating the 4th of July, supporting Assange, criticizing the...
One second, I gotta look up what Assange is. Okay, it's a journalist.
Cuties, praising the movie Sound of Freedom, being against pedophilia, being against the destigmatization of pedophilia, being against children watching porn, being critical of kink at Pride, being against children performing at drag shows, not being racist, I swear to God, being a class reductionist, saying biological sex, mocking people for debating the ethics of necrophilia, my username, owning a pet rabbit, questioning the Bush administration's involvement in 9/11, growing up in a Catholic family, eating meat, wanting to get married, wanting to have children, being married, having children, being at January 6th to interview people, saying it's okay if someone doesn't want to date a porn star, not wanting to do OnlyFans, criticizing Kanye West, criticizing late-stage capitalism, criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing Israel, criticizing eating the bugs, criticizing a
One
fashion...
second, looking up eating the bugs. Okay, so it's just eating bugs, okay.
company for being creepy, you'll remember that one, supporting nuclear energy, parentheses, its toxic masculinity, supporting TikTok tradwives, supporting one-income households, supporting UBI, supporting farmers, supporting truckers, not celebrating October 7th, supporting Palestine, not liking brutalism, saying colorblind anti-racism was good,
It is.
wanting to date someone who has a good relationship with their parents, not liking Indian food, saying men and women are different but complement each other, being
Indian food is the best.
followed by JD Vance on Twitter, saying Hillary Duff is cool.
Yeah, him following her is what makes her a Nazi.
Making fun of Reddit, and for Asmongold reacting to me,
Asmongold reacting to
criticizing
her.
American imperialism, wearing a bow in my hair, liking VTubers, and now being anti-death.
Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
I am so scared of my mother finding out about Charlie Kirk and then talking to my baby sister about it. I'm very scared of that possibility happening. She claims that she's anti-violence in all situations, but she's been very clearly a liar in the past and a massive hypocrite, and has spouted a lot of the rhetoric you would hear in these videos and any other of June's videos in the past. And I was relieved to find out that neither my older younger sister nor my mom seems to know who that is or what happened to him. And I was so relieved that my baby sister I don't have to worry about whether or not my sister's going to be around that mentality growing up.
I am a better person than you for celebrating the death of a Nazi. And actually, it's pretty weird that you're not, and simultaneously asking people to have empathy for the Nazi.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also get shot in the neck.
They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you.
Blair White is 100% correct. Let me look up who that is real quick. Blair White, conservative political commentator. Well, very, very happy for her. Very happy for her. Good job, Miss Blair White. I will look into you some more in the future, because you're absolutely right. I've been thinking that for many years now, and...
Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I know a lot of you can relate. I know a lot of you have been feeling the exact same way, so I will try and put it into words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to the TPUSA Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day. So, that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the time. You can literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him about, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect. These last few days after what happened, I kept going to every single, like, lefty, liberal, left-wing person I know and, like, checking out what they have been saying about this. And besides maybe, like, 4 or 5, every single one was being an unhinged psychopath about this. Or saying some backhanded shit like, this is why we need gun control, which, first of all, we were just watching a whole bunch of people celebrate killing someone over political differences. You are never taking our guns now. That is not happening. I felt like I was in the middle of the ocean. I was trying to, like, grasp onto a flotation device, checking all of these accounts for their take, like, be normal, be normal. Nothing. Nobody. I'm just drowning in a sea of evil, apparently. Maybe I was just blind up until now. Maybe they changed. Maybe I changed. Is everyone going crazy or am I going crazy? I don't know. All I know is it is clear how they reacted to this is how they would react to me, my family, my friends, you, your family, your friends, that have ever stepped out of line from the nebulous, ever-changing definition of progressive. These are people I thought were level-headed. They were left-wing, but, you know, like, they were one of the good ones. Like, you can joke with them, you know, they weren't those, like, woke SJWs. Like, they were cool, we can disagree and still be friends. You know. Your friend wouldn't celebrate you being murdered, of course. But if they would celebrate an exact clone of you that wasn't you, that had all the same opinions, or some of the opinions that you have, if they would celebrate that clone being murdered, they're not your friend. I'm friends with people who are friends with Charlie, and I see how they are completely broken about this. Seeing them like this, and then at the same time my other friends posting shit like, rip bozo. It's just sick. It's just sick shit. Personally, I would rather live in a world full of Charlie Kirks who would sit down and debate than a world full of people who agree with me but would murder people who don't. Because if it's now normalized to just murder people who disagree with you politically, we don't have a society. Like, that's it. It's over. But some of these people in particular, like, why the f*** are you celebrating? You! They think you're a f***ing Nazi too. They'll make a nice compilation of all the hot takes you've had over the years and spread it around to justify your murder. You don't get it, do you? We are all Charlie Kirk. I have been doing this for 11 years. I have been harassed, doxxed, threatened, whatever, you name it, for 11 years by the left. And it hasn't moved me an inch because that's not how politics works. That's lunch table politics. I've talked about this before. People on your side being mean to you doesn't mean you overnight change your opinions on, like, healthcare. It doesn't work that way. I still have all my economic left opinions. I'm for strong social safety nets, workers' rights, unions, wealth caps, whatever. That has not changed. This is not me leaving the left because, frankly, I don't even know how to do that. This is me and many, many people looking around us at our so-called allies and realizing that even though we might share some, like, political opinions, we fundamentally do not have the same values or morals. And are we really allies if we agree on, like, taxes, but don't agree on the sanctity of human life? I don't know. The way we view death now is just crazy. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the desensitization, in part thanks to the internet. You used to have to go out of your way to see gore and stuff like that, and now you're just scrolling through Twitter and you see someone set on fire, if someone gets stabbed on a train. And when someone like Charlie dies, It's not even real to people anymore. Like, it's like a movie or show. Oh, that character died? Good, I hated that character. Like, no, that was a real human being with a family and kids, actually. Like, that was someone's son. The internet has turned real people into nothing but cartoon characters that disappear when you close an app. I remember for years people would be like, oh, when you have kids, you'll change your mind on XYZ, and I was like, no, that's not gonna happen, no. And they were right. Almost overnight, you stop being so selfish, nihilistic. You stop having utopian fantasies of wanting to live in a post-capitalist society. And all you want is for the world to be safe. For the world to be safe and normal. And all that matters is your family and your community. And then your country, and then the world. You know? But we can't save the world. You can't. But you can save the people around you. You can't say to these people who are celebrating this and justifying this, you can't say, what if that was your dad or your brother getting killed for their opinions, because they've already cut those people off. They've already cut those people off out of their lives. And posting videos and pictures of Charlie's wife and young kids will not move these people at all. Because they hate their lives. They hate their families. They are atomized bug people. They are the unfortunate product of modern society, and I feel bad for them, I do. I pity them, and I wish I could help them, but I have bugman fatigue. And for the people who will come at me in a blind rage with a list of all of Charlie Kirk's, like, biggest hits to convince me that I should hate him and should not mourn him, if you thought what Charlie Kirk said is wrong, you could have debated him. He was one of the few people left willing to do that, and now he's gone. Charlie was a fan of free speech, but I'm worried whoever comes after Charlie won't be. Like, even from a political standpoint, not even a personal human standpoint, why are you celebrating, like, the most popular college Gen Z political pundit dying? Like, why are you celebrating him becoming a martyr? Say goodbye to that young male vote. All the liberal Joe Rogans in the world are not fixing this. I just hope for the sake of this country that political violence does not become normalized, does not become a thing. I really don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see retaliation. I don't want to see us fall into a civil war. I don't know, this has all been extremely blackpilling. I think I'm gonna take a break from politics. I don't know, I'm a YouTuber, like, I'm not a political pundit, right? I'm not. My goal here, my purpose here is to entertain, is to make people laugh. That is what I'm going to do. That is what I will continue to do. The news cycle will move on. The world will move on. Charlie Kirk's kids won't move on. His daughter won't move on. His daughter does not have a dad anymore. And that fucking sucks. That sucks. I don't know what else to say. I love you guys. Thank you for listening to my crash out. If you're new here, my videos usually are not like this. They're actually nothing like this. They have music in the back. They're fun. They're goofy. Things are just not fun and goofy right now. But I promise you the next video will be. Yeah, thank you for your attention to this matter. Bye.
Come on, let's pause. Okay, so that was June's video, also known as She Went Ahead. It was very touching. It was very dark and serious. It did not paint a good picture of the world around us right now. And I can't understand how any human being, any rational human being, could look at that and twist it around into some insane bullshit other than maybe Hassan Piker. But now let's check on some of her allies in the content creation community. This is Metatron, 1 million subscribers. Let's see what he has to say about this. His ratio is roughly the same as hers, maybe a little bit better in terms of numbers. So maybe it's a good video. Let's see.
Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and boy oh boy, I found a shoe. And it's on fire, brother. Shoe on Head is an American YouTuber. I'm joking, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Come on. These people are sick is the title of the video. I love it already. 10 out of 10.
Good intro. Good
10
intro.
out of 10. Alright, hit me with some sanity, please.
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving a talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere, he was dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only
Absolutely.
because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed.
Good so
the dark,
far.
disturbing
Good so
realization
far.
that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder.
She's absolutely right.
I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago.
I read that.
Stream of consciousness posting about it with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still feel the exact same way. So we are going to talk about what happened. We're going to talk about the aftermath. And then we're going to get a little personal, because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore, and I know a lot of you feel the exact same way, so...
I don't see the planet the same way anymore. I've been sharing her posts, by the way. If you haven't followed her on Shoe, you've missed out. She's up.
Okay, this guy seems to have some common sense. And sorry about that freeze there. I was just realizing that I've been streaming with the wrong tags for the past month and a half on my Twitch chat. That might explain why nobody ever tunes in on here. So I'm going to have to fix that after the stream. But sorry, yeah, I just wanted to screenshot that. I didn't realize it would freeze both screens.
Absolutely killing it.
Oh, we're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO. He was not a powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to. Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a f***ing guy. He was a f***ing podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics. He was a guy who had conservative beliefs. Not everyone knows a billionaire CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs.
Not only that, but he hits hard me, her, and all the YouTubers that aren't milquetoast. Any of us who has stood up to call out the nonsense felt that hit in the neck on that day.
They know somebody who holds some...
Did that mean he agreed with her or was opposed to her point of view? I'm not sure. I couldn't quite understand that.
Or many of Charlie Kirk's opinions. Because despite what people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook posts. You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like,
who doesn't?
For example, the 2 most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots.
Both lies. Both are lies. I'm still making that debunking video, by the way. It's gonna come up in the next couple of days.
Okay, this guy seems pretty cool. I'm actually relieved. Oh, it's only gonna be one bad video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, hi Metatron.
Tuned.
Go to
Nonsense,
Decepticons.
he never said that.
But guess what? Both those things, the two most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered, are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man.
Who would have thought that the guy who wrote about monsters his entire life acted like one himself?
These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so fucking mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying.
Yeah.
But more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he said this, oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he said that I disagree with. There are many things he said that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America. We have freedom of speech here.
Not only it didn't warrant his life to be taken away, but it's also inconceivable that thousands, tens of thousands at this point, of people are laughing about it and calling for more. It's an epidemic of madness.
It is.
Unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong...
Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to have a lot to argue against in this video, but he's saying everything that needs to be said. I mean, I'm still going to watch it out to full. Maybe there's something I can contribute to the conversation here. But he's doing a great job so far, and I'm relieved. I'm happy. Look, it's a crazy blue-haired socialist who's not actually crazy. Nice helmet, by the way, dude.
Guy, but two wrong guys. The FBI finally got the shooter, only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this ass demon, 22 years old, another
terrifying, horrifying, truly.
Their irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including "Hey fascist catch" and
notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?
I would like to underline, I censored his name. I don't want to hear the name ever again, so I'm not going to platform his name. And I blurred his face. I did that.
Good for you.
Oblivion. That's what he deserves.
Good for you.
Oblivion.
You're right.
Don't want to even remember him. Forget him.
I will.
I fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groiper, which is a far-right...
When I edit this video, I'll censor his name and his face out too, when I edit this video for the clip later. You're right. That's what I should do. I'm going to put in a little bit of extra effort next time. Thank you.
Of the streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest.
The left.
I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist.
I would like to also underline one thing, why that's not logically possible. Because the same people that tell you, of course, the guy that murdered him was a fan of Nick Fuentes because those are far right and Charlie was too moderate for them. He wasn't right-wing enough, so they murdered him. They say on the same sentence when they call Charlie far right. These are the same people that say he was far right. Well, you gotta pick. Which one is it? He's either far right, like it says on freaking, is it Wikipedia? I swear if it's Wikipedia, I'm gonna I swear if it's Wikipedia. Anyways, I'll check it later. But I've read it. It's everywhere. There's so many articles that say far right political commentator dies at Utah University, whatever the heck.
Crazy.
But then they also say, no, you know what? The shooter was far right. No, you gotta. It's
they can't get
the
their
guy
story
was
straight.
A radical leftist. We know it. That's how it is. It's the truth. You can't twist it. We know.
And they wouldn't say he was hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav Squat meme from 2012. And they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav Squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a groiper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog dressed like a clown, and then being like groiper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like,
it really doesn't matter. The shooter wrote fascist on the ammo. And besides, I'm going to tell you this. I'll try not to interrupt her too much, but here's one. I'll let her speak, I promise. But I do need to say this. At this point, it even becomes irrelevant. Because who is celebrating Charlie's death? The far right? Or the tens of thousands of liberals? Not you watching, by the way. I know you're left-wing, you're moderate. I'm not talking about her either. She's centrist by now. She's already completely changed. You can tell by the way she writes. But I'm saying, you watching, I know that some of you are left-wing and you condemn this. Fine, I don't have a problem with you. I'm not talking about you when I say the lunatics. But the amount of people on the left that have been celebrating this tells you all you need to know about this, because you
Yes.
cannot hide that one. You can't twist your way out of that one. What are they? Are they also all far right?
Where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shu here, more things came out. Definitely not a Groyper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction
Thank you.
of many.
That's
We
it.
think
Oh, look.
that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
Let me guess.
Disgusting.
A Republican voter, far right, Nick Fuentes, Milo, whatever the heck his name is, Matt Walsh. She loves Matt Walsh. I know she loves Matt Walsh. Where is absolute clowns?
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling.
Look at that far right. Look at that. Look
I
at
thought
that
it was gonna say
conservative.
pig.
Look at that. It just
And I
came
was gonna
from
agree
home
with
from
him. That's a
church.
fucking pig right there.
Just came home from church. You absolute monsters. This is
Horrifying.
Libs, me, Central. Get away from this scum. Because this is scum.
And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with...
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
So
Charlie
tolerant.
Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot Charlie.
Demons.
Demons indeed.
It makes your blood boil, doesn't it? I'm so
A little
glad
bit.
she's calling it out. Every single
If I wasn't
face.
so desensitized.
Call them all out. Everyone needs to see these faces. No more intolerant than the tolerant side is there.
Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. He got shot in the head.
This one is kind of funny, I'll be honest. Still fucked, but at least this one's funny. Wait, and the sign. I just noticed the sign. Right lane turns right ahead. That can't be a coincidence.
We.
I heard someone got shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is weird. You don't have to like violence.
Yeah, of course. No, the sympathy towards a man who gets murdered in front of his little children and wife who is now grieving simply because he was willing to speak to the likes of you.
I like this guy's accent.
But I'm confused as to how you thought the revolution was going to be magically bloodless.
I've been saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
I didn't like what he said, and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a that he's dead.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his
Watch it. Watch us. Watch me.
I will.
death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Like you?
I saw the video before they even put out the confirmation. There was no chance that he made it through that. This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but a welcome surprise nonetheless.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get
Oh
rid
yeah,
of
I got you.
And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that.
Yes.
Some of these people posting with their full names and faces.
Yeah.
With hundreds and thousands of likes. Thousands of tweets celebrating it with 500,000 likes. And it's important to remember that all of those likes are a real person. Millions of people in this country apparently believe the acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder. This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers, nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are
Precisely. It's because the people who think like this work with our kids that then our kids end up thinking like them and make these TikToks.
That's why I'm scared of, well, you know, I mentioned it earlier. But yeah, that's why I was worried about that.
Thank you, Shu, for calling this out. You are great. Shu for president. I swear, go subscribe. What are you doing? Go leave a comment.
teachers showing our
Yeah, and
children.
I'll do the same for him right here. Metatron. He's entertaining, he's interesting, he seems to know what he's talking about. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. Glad to see some reason.
Children, the gory,
I'll link him in all the
horrifying
other videos at the end of the stream, too. All of you guys.
video of Charlie's murder
All one of you.
on repeat. The
What?
hippy dippy in this
10-year-old? Teacher forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder video again and again? Life in prison. Immediately.
I'd be for that.
That video scarred me, a 43-year-old man. Oh my gosh, these people are sick in their head. Sick in their head.
Yes,
and
they all are.
And you want me to stop making videos like this? I'm gonna make 1,000 videos like this.
horrifying video
Good
of
for you.
Charlie's murder
You should.
on repeat. The hippy dippy in this house we believe shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust.
Yeah.
I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people who were celebrating her death.
Absolutely.
This is different. It's never been like this before.
True.
It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen.
Preach.
Normal people have to log into like an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions. And these people are out here, full face, full name, like hell yeah, murder.
Yeah.
What? These.
It's because it's a cult. And cults
Yes.
always have a justification. They objectively think they're in the right. They think they are morally right. It is their moral imperative to mock the death and call for more violence because they have been brainwashed to think that the likes of Charlie and me and Yushu, sorry if I say that, but you know it, are evil, the enemy, and our lives have no value. I'm gonna have to make a video specifically dedicated to the dangers of having the wrong teachers on the field.
Smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic with their full name and face.
Yeah.
Because they live under the pathetic delusion of
Yes.
being on the right side of
Thank you.
history needs to end.
Yes.
They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because
I can tell you why, but I think I already did a decent enough summary. Maybe I'll do it again in the future, but I'm too tired for that right now, and Honestly, I'm just coasting off of this guy's good vibes. We'll get into the serious stuff soon. Well, I promise you, we'll get into the serious shit soon. Okay. So we have 7 minutes left in this, and then we'll have at least an hour and a half of me losing my goddamn mind. Don't worry, we'll get there soon. We're almost there.
Last year, they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of a president. And this year, they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion of the punch a Nazi thing from, 2017. Do you guys remember that?
I do.
We always knew it was a slippery slope. That's why we were against it. And they always say this dumb shit if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi. Even a congressman from my state, New York, was like, oh, if you want to stop being called a fascist, you should stop being a fascist.
Imbecile.
Yeah, that's great. Except you've called everyone and their mother a fascist and a Nazi for the past 15 years. And I see a lot of progressives in my audience Shoo, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi reactionary for over the last few years. Would you like to see?
They call the alt-right as well. The left called her alt-right.
I have been making this list since 2023. Let's go. Let's just read this together real quick. Mocking/criticizing pop feminism. Believing adults can do whatever they want. Being pro-free speech. Being liberal. Talking to people I disagree with. Being friends with people I disagree with. Following people on Twitter I disagree with. Supporting Bernie Sanders. That one came from the right. Being registered independent. Criticizing Joe Biden. Criticizing the Democratic Party. Not being attracted to feminine men. Not hating men in general. Criticizing Canada's MAID program.
She's classy. She skipped the being not ugly.
Not taking the COVID vaccine, criticizing the FBI, criticizing the CIA, believing the CIA killed JFK, using an American flag backdrop for my videos, saying elites, saying working class, saying based, making a joke about Joe Biden eating ice cream.
Yeah, I'm still confused about that based one. I don't know the Joe Biden ice cream joke, but I'm still confused about based. I mean, most of these I can interpret the mindset of the kind of people who would say that, but I don't know how based equals fascist Nazi. I really don't. I don't get it. I'm very confused about that. I could see immature, cringe, but really? Based is what you're going to cling on to? I mean, you have a full list of shit to pull from here, but you're going to cling to based. Wow.
Making a joke about Pete Buttigieg being born in a test tube.
I made a joke about me being born in a test tube once. The person thought I was serious and then started mocking me for it.
Making jokes in general. Being cis, being white, being a woman, being a cis white woman, telling someone to take a shower, not being anti-gun, not being fat, being monogamous, liking Huey Long, celebrating the 4th of July, supporting Assange, criticizing the movie Cuties, praising the movie Sound of Freedom, being against pedophilia, being against the destigmatization of pedophilia.
Well, this just clicked in. Not being fat is one of the... Wow. Well, we know that's some grade A projection right there.
Being against children watching porn. Being critical of kink at Pride. Being against children performing at drag shows. Not being racist. I swear to God. Being a class reductionist. Saying biological sex. Mocking people for debating the ethics of necrophilia. My username. Owning a pet rabbit. Questioning the Bush administration's involvement in 9/11. Growing up in a Catholic family. Eating meat. Wanting to get married. Wanting to have children. Being married. Having children. Being at January 6th to interview people. Saying it's okay if someone doesn't want to date a porn star. Not wanting to do OnlyFans, criticizing Kanye West, criticizing late-stage capitalism, criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing Israel, criticizing eating the bugs, criticizing a fashion company for being creepy, you'll remember that one, supporting nuclear energy, parentheses, It's toxic masculinity, supporting TikTok trad wives, supporting one-income households, supporting UBI, supporting farmers, supporting truckers, not celebrating October 7th, supporting Palestine, not liking brutalism, saying colorblind anti-racism was good, wanting to date someone who has a good relationship with their parents, not liking Indian food, saying men and women are different but complement each other, being followed by JD Vance on Twitter, saying Hillary Duff is cool, making fun of Reddit, and for Asmongold reacting to me, criticizing American imperialism, wearing a bow in my hair, liking VTubers, and now being anti-death.
Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
I am a better person.
That is incredible. Man, didn't you guys hear that? Wasn't that like, didn't it sound like, man, Benito Mussolini would have been proud. That is, about, it almost sounds...
Benito Mussolini would have been proud. Adolf Hitler would have been proud at this kind of projection and toxicity.
That, like, the list was written by Giovanni Gentile himself. Giovanni Gentile. She's gonna go with another series of these demons. Oh, just two. Okay, let me check that. Because I can't take more than 2. She's a better person because she's Nazi and scum.
You for celebrating the death of a Nazi. And actually, it's pretty weird that you're not, and simultaneously
Proudly so. Sue me.
asking people to have empathy for the Nazis.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also get shot in the neck.
They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you.
Based Blair White.
Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I know a lot of you can relate. I know a lot of you have been feeling the exact same way. So I will try and put it into words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to the TPUSA Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day. So that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the time. You can literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him about, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect.
Because you're a good person. Because you're humane. Because you're decent.
She is. And I'm glad he's
and
saying that.
And unfortunately now, you're rare.
Yep, very true. I am so incredibly relieved to find that this guy was level-headed. I truly appreciate that to no end. Thank you, Metatron. I know this video probably didn't make for the best content. I didn't have a whole lot to disagree with or to say on him. But we'll get there soon. We just have 30 more seconds, then the shitstorm, angry ranting can begin.
And I want to thank her. I want to thank her for being respectful, for calling out evil, for calling out this absolute endemic disease that is afflicting this country, that is spreading at an unprecedented rate, and that absolutely needs to be stopped.
I can promise you.
And the way you stop it, first and foremost, is prevent the teaching class to indoctrinate the kids.
Here we go. Okay, it's gonna take a few seconds to reorient itself. It doesn't seem to like my secondary TV. Doesn't seem to like my second monitor very much. Give that a few seconds here. Do a quick reality check with everybody here. How's Twitch doing? Still empty? Good. How's YouTube doing? Dasher Pie, are you still there or are you gone? All right. Let's continue.
So I want to straight up say, if Charlie Kirk was the thing that you were like, damn, shit's crazy. This ain't the place I recognize. You have not been paying attention.
Fair
at
enough.
all.
Fair enough.
Like, just straight up.
Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO. He was not a powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to.
He literally was a politically relevant figure. He literally had a massively astroturfed movement behind him. He was a political figure. He wasn't elected. He was a political figure.
Fair enough. Difference between political figure and politician. There is relevance in differentiating between those things, but I'm also going to guess that this is about to get a lot worse. Oh, and I forgot to check Metatron's comments. Let's go through these comments before, in case I forget about these too. Prominent enough figure to be parodied on South Park. You're not just some guy. Fair enough. Women not supporting a man that said he'd make a 10-year-old pregnant child give birth a mystery. Huh? I disagreed with the guy too. He was an exact clone of me pipeline in less than 20 minutes. No, that was an example. That was an example of... She's saying like... No, her argument was that she had... People disagreed with the things she said and did. That was the argument. That was the whole ass argument. Is that she had a whole list of things she's been called a Nazi for, and if she wasn't related to these people, that she realized, oh hey, they hate this person for having these insane takes. What? Okay, she was never met a Nazi. She didn't immediately. Sure does seem something like that. The thing she says about going to the TPUSA event was bonkers to me. She said she was going there to make fun of it. And she still had a good time. Bernie is a Zionist. Huh? She supports Bernie. She's on your side. Yeah, she does support Bernie. Always trigger 9. Thank you. Someone said it best. Your politics or whatever your current boyfriends are? Huh? That's just offensive. Words aren't violence. I'm old enough to remember how Radio Rhonda kept calling the Tutsis cockroaches and that they must be exterminated to lead up to... Words lead to violence. I mean, not entirely wrong, but also taken way too far. I knew something was strange about her video when she said, "We are all Charlie Kirk." I said out loud, "No, we are not." He was literally a CEO. He was not a healthcare CEO. And also, I didn't even know that. We are all Charlie Kirk because we all are because everybody's always calling everything you do insanity and Nazi and fascist. She was called a Nazi and a fascist for She was called a Nazi and a fascist for not being fat. By that argumentation, you are a Nazi and a fascist because you're looking pretty skinny to me. I'm still alive, so clearly not. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk. Sentence is doing so much work that deserves a salary and health insurance. Okay, that's a little funny, but still wrong. She's SJW in the year of Lord 2025. That's all. She just said, he's like your conservative boomer uncle. That's the point. He was an influencer. That uncle probably became radicalized by Charlie Kirk. Said, I do what Sean Head does, but I'm actually funny. Regular guys don't get assassinated No, regular guys do get assassinated. Lots of people kill other people for, like, their inheritance or because they don't like them. He was just a podcaster. He was just a guy. Yeah, a guy who just so happened to personally know Benjamin Netanyahu and make millions off of the Gaza genocide. Is that true? Is that true? 1 second. Let me confirm that real quick. Fucking hell, Google. I'm looking this up. Fact checking right now. And so, no, it doesn't seem like he did. It does not seem like he profited off of Gaza genocide at all. He's stated things like defended Israel's actions, criticized things like he's done donor pressures. There was donations after his death. Yeah, no, not at all. I'm not seeing anything like, I don't get it. I'm confused. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Failed my vibe checks years ago, so I've never paid much attention. Or it looks like my vibes are correct again. What is going on here? We're 1 minute in exactly, and I'm already losing my mind and confused about what the hell is going on.
The idea of saying, like, he was just like a regular dude is fucking crazy to me.
But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a fucking guy. He was a fucking podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics.
He wasn't just a guy.
Who had conservative beliefs.
This is the most disingenuous, bad faith way I've ever seen somebody being like try and make something about themselves and the crash out they had on Twitter. He was not. If there's anything, and this is how I know she's either being A, incredibly disingenuous, or B, willfully ignorant, is because there has been a veritable treasure trove of every shitheel thing Charlie Kirk said, lived by, and died by, coming across Twitter for a week now. Everything from him denigrating black women for stealing jobs from white people, to fucking making jokes about how it's great that Muslims were getting murdered in the Middle East. Like, the idea that he was just like a podcast bro. What the fuck? In what fucking world?
His core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook.
What a strange fucking comparison to make. Same thing that your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook. That is like a stereotype of somebody who's so extreme you won't interact with them. Like when people are like, yeah, no, my fucking crazy uncle. The one that nobody invites to Thanksgiving anymore because he just can't stop talking about politics. He has to make everything about fucking Trump.
You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like, for example, the two most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots.
Or how about the one where he was talking about how the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? He has went on record calling Martin Luther King a evil communist and shit.
Oh, Charlie Kirk plans to discredit Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Act, chronology canceling MLK, and the landmark civil rights law he helped enact. Okay, let's take a look at that next. Okay, let's look that up right now. Fact check. Okay, let's look at... Okay, this is an article entitled Fact Check. Let's take a look at this. Turning Point. Claim Turning Point. Mark at USA CEO, the co-founder of Charlie Kirk, said about civil rights leader MLK was awful. He's not a good person. Context. Journalist William Turton first reported on Kirk's comments in a January 2024 article for Wired. According to Turton's report, Kirk made the statement while speaking at America Fest, a political convention organized by TPU. In December 2023, Turton provided an audio recording to Snopes which verified that Kirk said the quote about King. On September 10th, 2025, TPU founder, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk was shot fatally in the aftermath. Social media users shared a quote in which the conservative pundit reportedly said civil rights icon Martin Luther King wasn't a good person. Attributed the following words to Kirk. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Snopes also received reader queries about the authenticity of the alleged quote. Okay, so he called Martin Luther King bad not for his political ideologies, but because he believed that the man was a hypocrite who didn't believe anything he said, that he thought he was a grifter. Okay, so to a question in the form of a student who said he was a subject of a Title IX investigation at his university after posting a derogatory message about a transgender people on social media. Kirk noted how the student had been kicked out of school under the Title IX complaint. Okay. Using the Civil Rights Act that he was a conservatives worship. That we as conservatives worship. Oh, MLK is a great guy. Actually, MLK was awful? Okay, he's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Go research MLK. You should go research him. Okay. Kirk claimed the federal government was coming after students' free speech using the mid-1960s Civil Rights Act that was passed with good intentions as a now permanent diversity, equity, and inclusion type bureaucracy. Okay, so that is the full context of the quote. He believes Martin Luther King was a hypocrite who grifted. He said things he didn't support. And then that the civil rights movement he helped inspire is now being used against people. I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it, and I've thought about it. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s. Okay, let's take a look at the Civil Rights Act that he's talking about. Let's take a... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Go... Okay. 1960s Civil Rights Act. Okay. What's this one now? Or we could just do it that way, fine. Let's see. Landmark that outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, ending legal segregation and making it illegal for employers to discriminate. It was followed by the Voting Rights Act in 1965. Okay. Well, I'm not going to waste too much time researching this on stream. I'll look into it in my own time. I won't comment on it any further. But one thing I would have liked to know more about was why he felt that way. And unfortunately, we may never know why he had that opinion. And I think that's a shame. Was it a bad opinion? Maybe. Certainly looks like a bad opinion to have. But he didn't just say that because it doesn't look like he said that simply because he hates black people. It seems he had a genuine bone to pick with MLK Jr. and said that he gave it a lot of thought and even himself called it a very radical viewpoint. He was aware that it sounded insane. And that's more than I can say for a lot of these people who are celebrating this man's death.
Shit.
But guess what? Both those things, the two most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered, are out of context, but idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man. These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so...
Are you gonna show the full context of those things, or are you just going to parrot the conservative talking point that they're out of context? So, yeah.
She showed the guy explaining that they were taken out of context. He said that the argument was about cherry-picking Bible passages. She showed that context on screen. I don't know about the other one, but that she provided context for that one right out there. Stephen King apologizing and saying it was about cherry-picking Bible passages in your argumentations.
Actually, look up the context. Some of that shit's even worse. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. What's the additional context for that?
Okay, I'm gonna see if she, I don't fucking know, provides the context for this.
That makes that okay. What is the additional context that you could possibly apply? Prowling blacks go around.
Okay, so no, he's just cherry picking quotes again. That's what's going on here. They're cherry picking quotes. That's what we're using right now. Cherry-picked quotes, when June's whole argument was these cherry-picked quotes sound bad. And by the way, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Sounds like a fucking joke. The Charlie Kirk show, it was on the Charlie Kirk show. Was that labeled as a comedy? Yeah, okay. I don't know, but it sounds like a comedy joke to me. That's what it sounds like.
For fun to target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Ooh, yeah, definitely not a racist here. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action?
I mean, by definition, says moronic. As in saying, like, I'm dealing with somebody who's an idiot that happens to be a black woman. Is she there because she was qualified, or is she there because of affirmative action? That's a mean, but ultimately solid thing to wonder. Right? Like, you're so stupid, how did you get this job? Is a pretty common thing I think we've all thought at least once in our lives. And he's saying, if it happens to be a black person, there are DEI programs that put unqualified people into positions. That is literally the meaning of their existence, is to put people with less qualifications into better positions that they may or may not have earned.
Here we go. This is the one that people say, well, this is taken out of context, except here's the actual more full version of the quote. Because here's the part people go, you have to do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously.
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. So that's the full quote. He said, like, he's saying that these people admit that they were hired through affirmative action. That's the full quote. That alone is justification for what he's saying. Is this person going to provide more context?
And people are like, no, that's out of context. You got to read the full quote. The full quote is, if we would have said that Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Okay, so that's still racist and bad. That's still that.
I don't see the race issue there. He's saying that if we said this, we would have been called racists. But they're saying it themselves, that they got the job through affirmative action. Am I missing something here, or is that what is being said right now? I mean, I can see this person is a little more well-spoken than I expected. This person, I can see why people would listen to this person. They're reasonably well-spoken, but I feel like they're still missing some things here.
In fact, you're adding an extra thing Like, you're adding extra context of targeting specific black women, saying that they do not...
No, he's adding the context of these are examples of people that we could have called this one thing, but these people are admitting to have been affirmative action hires. That's the full context.
Have brain processing power to be taken seriously. The Great Replacement Strategy, which is well underway every single day in our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different. As a racist conspiracy theory with no basis in fact, but he's just repeating it.
I don't even understand that. The Great Replacement was well underway every single day in the southern border. Isn't that a comment about immigration and how people keep coming in and making everything's worse? Because I feel like that was statistically provable. I mean...
Dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America.
Okay, that's bad.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. So this is your guy.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, Islamic and American cultural values are incredibly different. Like, our cultures are so extremely different. I mean, it's possible he meant hate on Islam by that, but when I read that, my interpretation is, oh yeah, we're very different countries. Not that that's a bad thing, although many would argue it is. I won't, because I typically try to respect other people's cultures. It's legal and moral practices that I disagree with, but...
All right, sure.
Even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he said this, oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he said that I disagree.
Okay, so we were just talking about how I love the goalpost being moved here already. The idea of, well, he's not actually that bad. He's just like a regular dude. But even if he wasn't, so what? Who cares? Well, I feel like we should have been debating for that point.
No, she's saying he was a regular dude. He said things that are bad. These bad things were taken out of context. Even if they were in context, it doesn't matter. So, establishes this is a guy. Then, separately, but building onto, not a goalpost moving, this is building onto, is a guy who said bad things. And even if those things were true and in context, it doesn't matter. There's no goalpost shifting here. It's building upon what was last said. That's entirely different.
Give him a shoe. It kind of seems like you're just trying to launder his reputation by moving the goalpost.
Who cares?
There is no
It's just
goalpost.
the fact that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America.
Nobody is saying that.
Everybody was saying that. Everybody was saying that. That's the point of this video.
Saying that. That doesn't mean that people have to fawn over his death or his artistic legacy as a...
She's also not saying we should glorify his death. She's saying he shouldn't have been killed in the first place, and... Never mind.
debater or a podcaster. Nobody has to suddenly retroactively like him or the things he says.
We have freedom of speech here, unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong guy, but two wrong guys, the FBI finally got the shooter. Only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this fast demon, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including "Hey fascist catch" and
Notices bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?
I fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groiper, which is a...
That's so fucking annoying that she let that joke flop. That's one of my favorite clips in modern times, honestly.
Seriously?
The video of him, the cop reading Notices bulges O-W-O, and then the clip of him saying, fucking, if you read this, you are gay, L-M-A-O.
If you read this, you are gay, L-M-A-O.
That's just good, clean fun right there.
That was funny. That was pretty funny. I appreciate that joke, but it doesn't make the death okay. But it was a funny joke.
Yeah, it's up there with wet ass P word.
The streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest.
What do you know, June? What do you know? What? Okay, first off, again, a lot of subtle language here. Calling Nick Fuentes just a streamer and saying that Groypers are just fans of his is a fucking wild.
He is a streamer. Does he own like companies or anything? Also, I don't understand her saying just a streamer about Nick Fuentes, and I'm pretty sure I saw a cut there. Seems like you're manipulating the video. I would rewind it, but again, YouTube won't let me rewind. Guys, will you get on the fucking fixing that?
Misrepresentation. That's like straight up lying by omission. That's insane to me.
Someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist, and they wouldn't say he.
Does she not even know? She spent hours crashing out on Twitter. In none of that time did she see the very obvious news breaking that the etchings scrawled on the bullet casings were from Helldivers and video games? Like, she got enough to call him an epic fucking Reddit meme lord, but not that.
Does it matter what the quotes are from? Also, those quotes are from far more than just Helldivers. Those are popular internet quotes. What the fuck does that have to do with fucking anything?
It was a Helldivers reference?
It wasn't a Helldivers reference. I've heard all of those long before Helldivers was around. I was so worried that maybe you were going to be out of touch but reasonable, but no, you're just as fucking insane as I expected you to be. Well, not as insane. You're at least reasonably well-spoken, but still out of your goddamn mind. Probably like your favorite name drop when it comes to arguments.
Where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had...
Bold fucking take. Bold fucking take for somebody who just completely misrepresented what some of those memes were. That's A+ detective work there. Jesus fucking Christ.
Doesn't matter what the memes were from. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to the conversation. If the memes were from Helldivers 2, or Rush Hour, or Cuties, or a porno, what would that change? What would it change if those memes were from any of those locations? Would it change the conversation at all? Secondly, again, those are not from Helldivers 2 exclusively. They may have been said in Helldivers 2, but those have existed for a long time.
Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving. But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shu here, more things came out, definitely not a Groyper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
We think that...
Is she really fucking saying this? She's gonna be blaming dancing TikTok libs for the death of Charlie Kirk. That like, oh, this is my why I left the left moment. Pay no attention to the fact that apparently I'm just chill. I just think Nick Fuentes is just a streamer. He's just a streamer. Just a regular dude. Nothing weird to look into there. Yeah, also, these right-wing hacks have celebrated George Floyd's death. The amount of fucking... Yeah, why don't you look at the...
She's not leaving the left. She's criticizing the left, which she has always done. And I noticed earlier that you skipped the first 60 seconds of this video. of the video in your video rendition of this. I noticed that. I'm pretty sure you're going to probably cut out the part where she says that she's not leaving the left, aren't you? Or you're not going to acknowledge that you said that earlier. Also, this thing is fucking cursed. That's cursed. That's cursed. I still have no idea whether or not to call you a he or a she. If you could clarify that at some point, that would be great.
Let's take a walk down the TikTok lane of like how many of these fuckers joked about George Floyd. How many Steven Crowders were out there making George Floyd reenactments and jokes and japes? How many George Floyd memes have been thrown around, weaponized towards black people? That one didn't really get you. That one didn't really get you. I wonder why.
This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers.
Okay, what does that tell you? Again, really think about what you're saying. How many people going about their day that are not crazy radical leftist SJWs, how many people going about their day heard this flagrant racist, which again, you kind of totally skated over the quotes. You didn't really give the full context of those quotes. I'm willing to bet you didn't give the full context because like when I showed those quotes, kind of still looked.
No, they didn't look bad at all. In fact, multiple of those I could argue easily were intended as jokes out of context, unless you wanted to play the video clips for those. Another one you flagrantly misrepresented. Like, you twisted the context as badly as you could, and she did provide context for one of those, which you completely ignored. You skated over the context of one of the ones that she had provided intentionally. You went through a full list of all of his bad quotes, and you ignored bringing that one into the conversation. If we're talking about skating over things, I think it's pretty clear which of us was doing the skating over. And again, and you're also repeatedly saying this is her saying she'll leave the left, yet she has never once said that she plans on leaving the left over this. In fact, she clarifies that in every single one of her videos. Oh yeah, no, the left sucks, but I'm not going to leave because that's not how politics work. And she's going to say that later. So that's also you, again, misrepresenting everything that she is saying. You're talking about disingenuity, but you're the one being disingenuous in this argument. I went into here expecting the worst. I'm not going to pretend that I went in here with an open mind. I expected you to fucking suck ass. But you know what I did? With the last guy that I expected to have terrible opinions, I heard him out and I appreciated everything that he said. Because that's how you have an honest discussion. And then I went in here thinking, okay, this is going to suck. And then I noticed that you were well-spoken, so I tried to listen to you more, which is why it went really easy at first with everything you were saying. I tried to hear you out, hear your arguments, and I even heard you out, and I heard your arguments, and then I went and on stream right now, I went and I looked into everything that was being discussed, and I disproved nearly everything that you said so far using either my own research or the stuff or the evidence you yourself provided. Do not go and cite disingenuity to my face right now about June, who has been very consistent since the day she has started in everything that she has done and said. She's changed a few of her opinions since then and has since deleted the videos for those and or made apologies relevant to those opinions, which again happen to be very few. But you, good they them, have not. You keep going. I know that this is relatively new. You haven't exactly had time to reflect on your actions, but you went and you edited this video and you cut things out. I've been noticing the cuts. Most notably, again, the first 1 minute cut at the beginning of this video during your stream. If I cared enough to track down the VOD, I would and call you out on there. But we're already on a tight time frame. We're already over an hour past how long this stream was. How long I said this stream was going to take, which was, I guess, a flagrant lie on my part. I knew this was going to take a lot longer, but we're nowhere near as far in as I thought I'd be.
Kind of still look pretty bad. Yeah. But these people knew that, especially if they're in
Has
community.
anybody here ever watched How I Met Your Mother? Does anybody know the crazy eyes Barney Stinson talked about? Because I get the crazy eyes from this person.
Communities of people of color, of marginalized identities. They knew who he was. They knew the hatred he spread. They probably had family members who had been radicalized down pipelines, starting with shit like Charlie Kirk. And
you know what radical... Look, there was another cut. There was another cut right there. Right there, another cut. Proving that. I rewind to show you and show the chat moving so we could estimate how long it was, but we can't. But yeah. And also, you know what radicalizes me? A bunch of absolute lunatics celebrating death, murder, mayhem, people flagrantly lying and misrepresenting information. America deserved 9/11, which surprisingly there was more of a context argument for that than I thought there was, even though I still don't care. But but that was an argument I heard out. I still disagree with it, but I can understand it vaguely, and I don't even know if that was the person speaking's intention, because that was defended by another person, and I heard them defend that from start to finish. But most of everything you've said has been horrible and wrong, and I don't know what to say to you other than just continually yell, which I'm getting tired of doing. Honestly, I'm kind of hungry right now, so I might just let you go off for a minute or two while I grab some food, listen to you, reload, then start firing again. So let's do that, shall we?
Can't possibly think for a moment about, like, why these people who go about normal, productive lives contributing to society might want to enact their freedom of speech. To be like, damn, sucks for him. But no, we have to cry for the podcaster.
People's classmates, roommates, they are teachers showing our children the gory, horrifying video of Charlie.
So I will say that's fucked up. I do not know. The Toronto School Board allegation that an elementary school teacher forced his class of 10-year-olds to watch footage of Charlie Kirk's murder repeatedly. That is fucked up.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you admitting that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I wanted to give credit somewhere. I appreciate that. Thank you for admitting that that was fucked up.
There's straight up no excuse for that. But at the same time...
Oh, God. Oh, don't. Why? 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 Why?
What website is this? By Raw Egg Nationalist? Do y'all... Can somebody find me the fucking website that is? Because she's not showing it. But I'm willing to bet between the dropship body pills and the Raw Egg Nationalist. You found the website? Oh, interesting. Charles Cornish Dale, better known by his online alias, Raw Egg Nationalist, is a British far-right influencer and conspiracy theorist. This is who she was getting her sources from. You know, I'm starting to kind of pick up a trend with the sources that she's getting her.
I mean, yeah, liberals wouldn't want to report that. That is pretty understandable that they wouldn't report on this story that makes liberals look really, really, really bad. It's very common. That's where her sponsor, Ground News, comes in for all of her things. But okay, I'll humor you that the website did look sketchy. It is a far right resource. I'll take a look for that post right now, or that story. Here we go. Here's one from the Global News Network. Come on. Come on. Let's hurry this along.
A teacher at a school in Scarborough has been suspended, accused of showing students a graphic video related to the assassination of American conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Nicole DiDonato joins us live from outside Corvette Junior Public School with more on this. Nicole, we're hearing of some serious allegations. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, the principal at Corvette Junior Public School sent a letter home to parents on Friday saying kids in a grade 5/6 class were shown a portion of a video that is being described as a violent video after students asked about a recent tragic event in the United States. A spokesperson for the Toronto District School Board confirms the video mentioned in that letter was related to conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The letter says while an investigation must still be conducted to learn all of the details, the report of this incident is extremely troubling and completely unacceptable. Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, as well as a podcaster and supporter of U.S. President Donald Trump. Kirk was shot and killed last Wednesday while speaking at an outdoor event at a college campus in Utah. Graphic, uncensored videos of the shooting have been circulating on social media since. According to the principal's letter, the staff member who showed the video was not the homeroom teacher, but was supervising the class. Some parents I spoke to whose kids attend the school, but were not in the affected class, called the incident concerning.
I just thought it was pretty wildly inappropriate, just a strange choice in an elementary school. Well, I can imagine it's just
So there's one. Oh, fuck off. Here we go. Let's see if I can find any more. We got over half my students saw videos of Charlie Kirk. Here's how I responded. We got that right here. Toronto teacher, that's Ontario, right? So that's the same one. Where was this one? Do we remember, anybody remember Raw Egg Nationalist? Let's see if I can find the original article. Oh, come on. Cooperate. We got InfoWars here. Okay, so that's a far right. Here you go. There's a link. Scarborough teacher from the Toronto Sun. Right here. Warmington Scarborough teacher accused of showing Charlie Kirk murder video to kids.
Charlie Kirk has touched off a firestorm of a conversation about what is...
And one of two ways. The person asking the question gets really angry at him and runs away after, screaming something, or they have the civil conversation and Charlie would say, okay, well, I don't agree with you, but thanks for coming out. Thanks for participating. And then they part ways. That's the most common way that things went. But we live in an era where people don't like folks having other opinions. I heard about Charlie Kirk's shooting and his death after coming out of the Toronto International Film Festival screening of The Road Between Us, which people tried to shut down, and which I had to go through a gauntlet of security just to get near Roy Thompson Hall for the biggest screening of a movie, as protesters yelled and screamed and shouted and tried to drown everything out outside. I hope it doesn't get like that on college campuses after Charlie Kirk's shooting.
So there we go. Here's the article, the full article. I will link it to everybody right now. You can look through it right now. We don't have the time to cover that on stream at this moment. But I do hope people looks into it themselves. As a guy discussing Charlie Kirk, and that's more or less what I've heard about the guy as well. Several students from his class witnessed traumatizing Yeah. So, there you go. You wanted the full context. What was it?
Your info from and the things that she's willfully leaving out, and the people she's taking sympathy on, and the people she's depicting as just like normal.
There you go. There you go, Dead Domain. That is the full article. If you want, you can. I'm going to link this to you on Twitter after this stream. After I clip my whole reaction to all 3 videos, I'm still using hand gestures, even though I don't have my cam on. I hope I don't get used to that, so that I can, whenever I do decide to turn my camera on, I can still be as expressive and as fun as I am in a typical face-to-face conversation. But no, I'd like to discuss this more with you later on, if you would be open to that. I will not be hosting any live debates, as I am not very good in live debates yet. I would love to get better in the future, but, you know, if we're talking one-on-one messaging, back and forth, I can handle that. And I would you know, I'd love to see a revision video where, after this whole discussion is said and done, we can have a mutual Charlie Kirk style discussion over this topic.
Streamers and stuff. It sure seems. Now, far be it from me to say. Sure seems like there's an ideological agenda to all this shit. No. No fucking shot. No fucking shot, dude. No fucking shot, man.
Okay, yep, we covered
Your
that.
Your source is fucking InfoWars, dude? But no, you're good. Oh yeah, you know what the fuck you're doing.
I mean, you could look at the InfoWars source, which is Toronto Sun, which is where the whole thing happened.
Okay, here's the thing. If her source is InfoWars, there is a high chance the reason that she is saying, Nick Fuentes is a streamer is because Nick Fuentes has been streaming with Alex. Where Alex has been laundering the little Nazi twerp's fucking reputation to his audience, trying to capitalize on Nick's Groyper popularity. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay, Shu. Shu might try and use this as a...
Again... You don't like InfoWars, we have Toronto Sun, which is the same city where the whole scandal took place. University was sent home for an X post that appeared after the shooting, suggesting a shooting is too good for fascists. Junior public school was on class Friday, while for complaint from videos that a class of 10 and 11-year-olds was shown a graphic video of the slaying. Several students from his class went home and complained to their parents, traumatized at witnessing the death or the on-camera death, which they were forced to witness numerous times over. I don't know where Toronto Sun sits on the political scale, but I do know that leftist news outlets wouldn't want to report on this whole thing, in America at least. So, that's all I gotta say on that.
Like, oh, this is why I'm turning more conservative. I've seen what
She's not
makes
turning
you people
conservative.
cheer. Yeah, funny. Interesting how she cropped this out. Let's run up a tally here. She cropped InfoWars out, probably knowing that even though it was reported elsewhere, she can't really fucking show the InfoWars label, and it was just probably too lazy to fucking crib it from the Post. She cropped InfoWars out, didn't show the full quotes that she said were out of context. It's like, well, then it's your job as the journalist, as the YouTuber, as the editor, to help your audience put it in context. Padded the video with 5 minutes of other people's content, and then just called Nick Fuentes
This video isn't about whether or not Charlie Kirk was a bad person, though. This is about her feelings in seeing people responding to Charlie Kirk's murder. That's the whole point. This video is not a Charlie Kirk defense video. This is a I feel uncomfortable seeing people celebrating another human being's death video. That's why it was touched on so briefly, and so much of it is spent showing other people reacting to his death. That is the point. Doesn't matter if Charlie Kirk was a full-fledged... Okay, it does matter. That would matter, but that doesn't matter if any of those things were in context and did matter, and he truly was a white supremacist. She doesn't care. All she cares about was that she saw somebody die. Somebody who was not a politician, somebody who was not a healthcare CEO. By the way, Turning Point USA barely counts as a company. It barely counts. I don't even know if it even counts as a company at all. He was a guy with a belief system who a lot of people believed in and admired. And he was murdered, and people are celebrating, and it makes her uncomfortable to see that. That is the point of this video. That's why it's not Charlie Kirk was a good guy. It's not Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been murdered. It's not Charlie Kirk isn't as bad as you think he is. It's these people are sick, because it's not about him. It's about the people responding to him.
Streamer. And then completely didn't even have any kind of knowledge about like the memes and just immediately assumed they were lefty memes, even though they're from like video games. Like,
are you genuinely saying that left-wing games don't exist? Is that why you're hung up on it being from Helldivers 2? Even though, again, it's not from Helldivers 2. It was featured in Helldivers 2. Those existed back when I was in fucking high school, and the game was a lot older than that. Or a lot younger than that, my bad. It's a lot younger than back when I was in high school. And just because it's in a video game, that doesn't make it inherently left-wing or right-wing. Helldivers, or are you talking about how Helldivers is a game that parodies fascism? Parodies, not glorifies? Is that what it's about? Huh? Because again, that's not where it's from, so that shows how... But you're saying from video games, and that makes it right-wing. Or that makes it left-wing. It doesn't matter whether the memes were left-wing or right-wing. And I don't think most memes inherently are left-wing or right-wing, unless they're specifically political memes. And even if they were, notices your bulge, oh whoa. You really gonna claim that? Are you really gonna claim that is inherently left-wing or right-wing? Because that's funny universally. That's funny universally. Also, if we're going to really have to attach a label to it, who's more likely to appreciate a meme like that? Uptight conservatives or free-thinking, fun-loving left-wings? And yes, I'm speaking in typical... I'm typically intentionally leading these arguments here. But whatever. Fine. This has been going on too long.
Helldivers. Racking them up. All right, Shu. Let's keep it going. What else you got for me?
The hippy-dippy in this house we believe shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust. I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people from Stormfront who were celebrating her death.
It was not fucking a few dozen people just from Stormfront. Okay, I wonder, is she going to bring up George Floyd? Do you think she brings up George Floyd? Do you think so? I kind of don't.
Why would it matter if she brought up George Floyd? This is a video about Charlie Kirk's assassination and everybody responding to that. What does that matter? It's not relevant.
I think so. Do you think she brings up the trans teenager who committed suicide while a bunch of people who are probably pretty chummy with her took to mocking immediately the same bridge, took to defacing the area where a kid killed herself? Do you think she's going to bring that up? Somehow I don't fucking think so.
This is different. It's never been like this before. It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen. Normal people have to log into like an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions. And these people are out here, full face, full name, like hell yeah murder. They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense, because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out, because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because last year they...
Could it have anything to do with the fact that he supported an agenda that is dedicated to stripping women of their rights to self-determination and healthcare?
I don't know whether or not a lot of that is true. I mean, I know I'm pretty sure I remember him being against abortion. I'm not sure his stance on women receiving healthcare, but that is a fair argumentation, I suppose. You know, that he was against abortion, women hated him for that. I could see that mattering some degree to a few of them, yeah. Okay.
Nah, that couldn't be it.
Okay, well, you admit it doesn't matter. Okay.
No, he was just a podcaster. He just didn't do anything. He was also a multimillionaire who helped facilitate the re-election of an authoritarian piece of shit. But he was just a podcaster. Why would people...
He was a multimillionaire? Okay, what does Turning Point USA do? Maybe it doesn't do what I think it did. Turning Point USA... Non-profit organization founded by Charlie Kirk. Okay, so it's not a company. Turning Point USA is not a company. It's a non-profit. Charlie Kirk net worth. So yeah, TPUSA made most of, if not all of its money from donations. Charlie Kirk's salary from Turning Point USA was nearly $300,000. But was originally $27,000. I don't know the time frame for that. Earned more of a salary of... Yeah, okay, so he made roughly $325,000. How long had he been running TPUSA? TPUSA began 2012, assuming, we'll just go ahead and assume $300,000 a year for 13 years. That would be a few $1,000,000. But, let's see, net worth entirely. Roughly $12 million gross, not net, along with everything he's made and invested in. So yeah, he's a multimillionaire, we can assume that. But, again, I don't think TPUSA qualifies as a political activist, author. Okay, so he could have made some money from writing too. Non-profit executive, media personality, yep, that makes sense. And an organizer. Okay.
Be happy he died. He was just an integral part of the Trump propaganda machine that continued to proselytize to the youth. But he was just a small little guy. Why are you mad at Charlie Kirk? He was a small bean. Also,
just a guy and small bean are different. I mean, would you Never mind. I'm not going to get into that argumentation. I'll let you. Fine. I'll let you have that.
So, yeah, disingenuous framing number 1,000 at this point, saying Kyle Rittenhouse was just acting in self-defense. When we know for a fact Kyle Rittenhouse had spoken about going to shoot protesters before even going there, crossed state lines illegally to go protect businesses, and then wildly shot multiple people. So, apparently June is just cool with that. Totally normal false equivalencies.
I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse. Let me look him up. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to get into that. This is a video about Charlie Kirk, not Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, so maybe she made a wrong allegory, but she's saying that people did make that argumentation. She didn't show anything for it. I'm not going to say anything against it, but it's fine.
Realized how many people would celebrate the murder of a president, and this year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion.
That's not the same thing. Like, a random person dying and Charlie Kirk dying are not the same thing, Jim. Like, whatever you think about Charlie Kirk, I don't think it's probably healthy to celebrate somebody's death. Honestly.
Okay.
Unless it is a massive, monumental figure in a movement, which Charlie Kirk is not.
Okay.
And even then, that is upon... Like, that is an ideologically contingent kind of celebration.
Fair enough.
That's going to... A different strokes for different folks.
Good point.
Whatever. I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum. The point is, you got to stop with this ooh-woo small bean shit. Like...
Okay.
He wasn't just...
Okay, that's fair. You don't consider him just a guy, small person. Okay, we're making progress here. All right. Okay. So, okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. I very rarely stream for this long. Hi, Rain. Nice to see you. I missed having you on streams. So, we're actually right now discussing a series of videos. Shoe on Head. I believe, yeah. So, Shoe on Head right here. These people are sick, and then I set up 2 reactions to these videos so I would cover how people responded to this kind of situation right now. So that's what we're discussing right here. It's not just a reaction of a reaction. We're discussing people's... we're discussing people's reactions, not reacting to a reaction of a reaction. We already covered the reaction, now we're... This video actually here was really nice. Metatron, really well-spoken guy, very cool. Now we're talking to Dead Domain, somebody who has opinions I don't particularly agree with, but is admittedly very well spoken, and I'm very pleasant to see that, because if somebody's poorly spoken, I can't really talk to them very well. So that's the focus of discussion right now, and after this is over, we'll get all the way back to all the fun stuff. I'm very sorry to everybody who has been here up till this point. It was very bleak. This was supposed to be a fun video with like immature Batman and Kanade and Fuomoko and Spider-Man's baddies, but we kind of just got on a bad train from, Saudi Arabia to gender politics to straight to political assassinations, and sorry to everybody for that.
Person. He wasn't just some random small town shit kicker. He wasn't from, like, fucking flyover town USA. He was Charlie Kirk. He's had a worldwide outpouring of support.
Fair enough.
You know who didn't, June? The children who were murdered the exact same day from gun violence in the country. They aren't getting their names played at fucking NFL.
Okay. This is something known... I keep using this term. I want to make sure I'm using it correctly. So just forgive me for a second. Highest priority. Okay, fine. Strawman fallacy. distorts, exaggerates, or misrepresents an opponent's argument to make it easier to attack, creating weak, easily defeated straw man. Okay. Might fit, but not enough, so I'm not going to use it. Yeah, people die to gun violence every day, and it's very fucked up. That's why... But again, this video is discussing and detailing Charlie Kirk's assassination reaction. We're not arguing Charlie Kirk's moral compass or his opinions. We're not arguing the assassination. We're arguing the people's reaction to the assassination and that June feels deeply uncomfortable with how everybody reacted to it.
Stadiums. They aren't getting their special day of remembrance passed in legislature right now.
And they always say this dumb shit like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi.
Okay, this is the best part of the video. I'm very excited to see whether or not they concede to this, in which case I will be very excited, and I'll be very curious to see the argumentation against it. Do
you hear that a lot, June? Do you hear that a lot?
She does.
It seems like a couple people have sent it to you. Do you think that maybe there's a reason people keep saying that?
And I see a lot of progressives in my audience like, Shu, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi, fascist, reactionary for over the last few years. Would you like to...
Okay, this is one of the dumbest approaches anybody with any platform can take. I want to say that. Completely irrespective of the rest of the video, getting up on your own cross and being like, this is what people have said about me, is bitch-made, bottom-of-the-barrel behavior. When I've been criticized in the past, and I have been, I've been called a Zionist. I got called a Zionist shill, a genocide apologist for my video on the history of anti-Semitism, which, by the way, ends with me advocating for Palestine and Gaza and stopping the genocide. For that, for the ending part, because a lot of Jewish people or a lot of Zionists watched the video all the way up until the end and saw I was taking sides with the Palestinians. Obviously, we're like, I can't believe you would side with Islamic terrorists. So I've been called both a Zionist and an Islamic terrorist sympathizer. I've been called, name a thing under the sun. I've been called it. I've been called, the spiciest meatball comes from...
Okay, but you've also had fair number of... No, I'm not going to go there. But again, this is June's experience with it, and this is in direct relation to the fact that people called Charlie Kirk a Nazi, and therefore he should be killed. And then she's detailing all the things that have gotten her labeled as a Nazi before. Also, bringing in your own personal experiences into discussions is a very valid way of handling discussions. Unless you're talking about how hard the economy is right now when you make several $100,000 a year.
Anytime one of the church people will call me like a reprobate or a demon or an emissary of Satan or any of that shit.
I wonder why they would argue that. Jeez. Why would they call you like a demon representative and all that other stuff when you're... I mean, it's just truly baffling why they might think that. Also, again, you being called a Zionist barely relates to this discussion right here. Like, you're even just saying, oh, I got called a Zionist. This is a stupid argument. Why is it a stupid argument? Can we get anything on that? This is the out of context being proven into context all over again. In context, it did make sense. You claimed it didn't, even though by definition it all clarified itself. And even then, that wasn't the whole point of the argument. The point was, yeah, he got killed. People said these are bad things about him. These particular things weren't true, but even if they were, and you keep saying, oh, you keep moving the goalpost. No, it's not. This whole video is on, it made her uncomfortable for this person to be murdered for his opinions, regardless of what those were. Those were anecdotes, and they're going, why aren't you going into full detail about them? Because that's not the full subject and discussion of the video.
I think I've ever been called I don't think I've ever been called a Nazi. I think that's too far out of my wheelhouse. But I've been called a lot. I've been called a commie. I've been called a black-pilled lefty. I've been called a tanky. But you know what? You get to a point, and this is something that I can only imagine Shu has to know. You get to a point being a public figure, and that's not to say that like I'm some big public figure. Shu obviously has more clout, more of an audience than I ever will.
2,300% of your audience, or 23 times, yes. 23 times your audience size. Exactly.
But you get to a point in the public perception, the public eye, where if you stand by your ideals, you have to accept that there are going to be people who approach you in bad faith no matter what. Even if they are ideologically on your side, even if they agree with you, some people will always just...
Okay, so you admit that a lot of people will twist things out of proportion, make shit up about you, all that other stuff. But when it comes to Charlie Kirk, it doesn't apply, and it doesn't apply at all. And when it comes to June, that doesn't matter. You just need to live with it. It doesn't matter if the shit was made up about Charlie Kirk, and if it's June, that's just something you gotta live with. And she's talking about how unsafe she feels being a public figure who gets labeled a Nazi all the time, just like Charlie Kirk was, and how everybody's celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and this video is her feeling unsafe right now, and uncomfortable about the people around her celebrating that death. That's what we're bringing up here. She's saying how easy it is to be labeled a Nazi no matter what your opinions are, and you're saying that's something you gotta live with. When seconds before she was saying it's okay to kill, she's saying people are saying it's okay to kill Nazis. You're not seeing the correlation or the relevance here in this argument?
Want to tear some shit down. Which is why you cannot count on their criticism to be emblematic of an entire group. You cannot take some people...
But the whole point of this was millions of people responded to just like that. And she showed you video footage of it, and you said, those people don't matter. And then she says, these people were teachers, doctors, so on and so forth. So these people do matter. We should listen to them. Well, which is it? Are these crazy lunatics, or are these teachers and doctors and prominent figures we should listen to and be concerned about? Which is it?
In your comment section being like, oh, you're a Nazi. And be like, all these people, they just hate me. They just call me a Nazi. Unless you are trying to somehow dissuade people from thinking you're a Nazi. Which I don't think you are here.
To see, I have been making this list since 2023. Let's go. Let's just read this.
Did they really just say that? Did they? So, that whole thing about how it doesn't matter what you get called, drawn all the way over to, hey, I've never been called a Nazi, to, hey, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, don't act like a Nazi, which is what she was just bringing up earlier, and you're saying didn't matter. Rain, did I process that? Genuinely, did I miss something here? Because I'm trying to understand. I kept cutting them off. Maybe I missed something. Or did that really just go full circle? No, I didn't miss it, or no, that's not what happened? Okay, thank you very much, Rain. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Together real quick.
Mocking, criticizing pop feminism, believing adults. Okay, again, you're saying what you've been called a Nazi for, or a fascist, or a reactionary. This is your... I cannot trust you to bring up, like, not misrepresent what you've said. You just have a list of things that you are representing as entirely normal. I don't know what you actually fucking said, though. I straight up cannot trust this. And I...
Isn't this... I know this is going to be pretty dark here. I'm debating on whether or not I should bring it up, but... Pixar didn't happen is how I'm going to summarize this argumentation right here. I'm just going to summarize it as Pixar didn't happen, and I'm going to move on and not go into detail.
Also, additionally, cannot trust that you were actually called a fascist or reactionary or a Nazi or...
I really want to go into all the videos of her reacting to her own comment sections right now, because nearly a third of them, if not more, are people calling her a fascist and a Nazi.
Like, whatever. I need actual, like, examples.
And those are her
honey.
cherry picking the fun threats.
Girl, you've been doing this for 2 years. Why?
Well, wait, no, she's been saying that she's been cherry picking that. I thought she's saying that she was doing videos for 2 years. Never mind.
Why? What would possess somebody to spend 2 years compiling an exhaustive list? What would compel somebody to do that?
Because it would make for good content. It would make for her brand of video, which is discussing online cringe. She's done several reacting to my own comments videos before, so it would be like that, but mixed with the SJW crazy bullshit cringe factor that her vibe and content video style is known for. You clearly know who she is. You've mentioned before how much bigger she is than you and her style of content before in this video, so why are you playing stupid?
They were not doing it to performatively bring it out at such a time like this.
The entire point is performatively bring it out. That's the whole point of content creation and video making and streaming. That's why you make those... Yeah, that's why you keep repeating the same 5 expressive faces when you hear things you don't like. And in a matter like this, it is kind of intended for a matter like this. This is... She said she planned on doing a video about it, but this time she feels it's more relevant here, so that's where she's dropping it. That's how this stuff works.
Which brings into question again the whole original intent of the exercise. Kind of seems like you were just waiting to pull this out at some point.
That was literally the point.
Like being, she made a poor me list. Straight up.
Not taking the COVID vaccine.
She cut again.
The FBI, criticizing
They
the
cut
CIA,
again.
believing the CIA killed JFK, using an American flag backdrop for my video.
So are we starting to see the, again, if this goes back 2 years, we're starting to see the underpinnings of where maybe she and the shoe on head InfoWars Venn diagram kind of start to overlap.
Making jokes.
Another cut, yet again. But not hating men, dressing modestly, wearing fake eyelashes. All these are pretty ridiculous things.
Jokes in general. Being
But
cis,
what are you
being
cutting?
white.
Because this video is an hour long on its own, but you've been making exhaustive cuts as well as skipping the entire first minute of this video. Can we get a clear video image here? Yeah, here it is. In the first 15 seconds, they're already a minute into the video. More than. where's the first minute reaction to this going? And you seem to be going off on a tangent earlier about saying things, and you also skipped the first 20 whole seconds of this list.
Being a woman, being a cis white woman.
There's no okay. Again, what did you say that led to this? Because simply
being a white woman, what was there something about what she said there? That was her existence. She also gets called a Nazi and a fascist for having a child later on at the end of the list.
Existing as a cis white woman? Simply standing there, doing nothing.
Yes, it's happened to a lot of people. Them being called Nazis and Hitler and Satan for being white men. I have been called the devil 3 different times, 3 different ways by 3 different people. I have been called the devil. I thought it was hilarious, but those were just nicknames I had from what turned out to be a very abusive friend group. I've also been called an incel, I've been called a pedophile, I've been called all kinds of shit, and I'm not even a public figure. I got called an incel the other day on stream. That's why I went mute for the rest of the stream, by the way. I got a text message that was an entire paragraph long, and incel was name dropped because I refused to fuck another man's wife. I rejected his wife, and I got called an incel for it. Not because she was ugly or anything like that, but simply because we had a disagreement on what we were looking for. Because I was under the impression that this lady was single. Turns out she wasn't. I got called an incel for it. I don't have any specific examples of me being called a straight white man being called the devil for it, but I've known guys who've gotten called that way. And I've seen numerous examples online and in real life of it happening to other people. Her being called a Nazi fascist for being a cis white woman just existing, I believe it. Hell, I think I've seen her cite it at least twice in previous videos. With
Unity
receipts
T-pose
intact.
does not get you called any of these names, Shu.
That's the whole point, is that
I
it
don't
did.
fucking buy it.
That's the whole point, is that it did.
I need a crumb of context.
Criticizing late stage
You want a crumb of
capitalism.
context for the 300-point list? And funniest part is okay, let's go with a 100-point list. And I might not even be exaggerating the number of 100. You want receipts for all 100 of these. When you keep skipping over chunks of the video in your hour-long reaction, how do we know you wouldn't cut through those? Because you keep skipping things and missing context.
Criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing Israel, criticizing eating the bugs, criticizing a fashion company for
Eating the bugs is actually another Nazi dog whistle. That is straight up InfoWars shit. You will eat the bugs. That's all Alex Jones shit.
I looked it up earlier. No, it isn't.
Soros, big globalist Illuminati shill tech shit. Come on, dude.
I looked it up earlier. It's not.
supporting one-income
does this
households,
go on?
supporting UBI, supporting farmers, supporting
Okay,
truckers,
so after
not
spending
celebrating
5
October
minutes
7th, supporting
doing that,
Palestine,
11:30
not liking
to-
pluralism, saying colorblind anti-racism,
She then
is
spends
good,
another,
wanting to
like,
date someone who
3
has a good
minutes
relationship
just
with
doing
their
this
parents.
shit.
Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I
Wow,
know
how
a lot of you
convenient.
can relate.
They skipped
at
the
less
rest
than
of the
10
list.
minutes left in the video, you're gonna get to your personal feelings? What the fuck has this been?
I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to the
Hi,
TPUSA
Evelyn.
Amerifest
How are you?
in 2021. I actually went there
I'm suffering
planning to
with
make
this
a video
bullshit.
making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day.
I can't fucking believe she would give it up like this, dude.
The whole point of this is she's saying that she can have friends that she has political disagreements with. That's called being an open-minded person. If you truly can't believe that somebody would have different political views than you would have friends with or be friends with them, then that shows how shallow-minded you really are.
I had such a good time at the Hitler Youth Conference, and I made so many buddies. I was going there to make fun of it, but I immediately changed my ideological stance just because some people were nice to me. How fucking thin are you?
How fucking thin are you? There is more to life than political views. You can have a disagreement but still have a good time with the person. That's what one night stands are for.
Your ideology is about as deep as a puddle. She's not actually that different than Destiny. Because just flip a coin on any stance on anything, I guarantee she will take the side that has usually offended her the least. Or reactionarily, will just oppositionally defiant.
Her entire career has been making fun of her own side and standing by them because, and I quote her, that's not how politics works. She is still a Democrat and has been for over 10 years of abuse by other Democrats because she criticizes the Democratic Party. She constantly advocates for Bernie Sanders and other Democratic individuals. She makes fun of the Democrats most, but she also makes fun of the right wings too. She did an entire stream making fun of conservatives. Or not an entire stream, an entire video.
Take the side of something against somebody mad at her or something.
She has never once taken the side of the conservatives in this. She says Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. That's messed up. I feel uncomfortable. And this entire thing was you saying, "Oh my gosh, she's switching sides. She's switching sides." No, she hasn't. She has never switched sides ever, and repeatedly states both outside and inside of this video that she will never not be a Democrat because that's not how politics work. But the fact that you constantly believe that that's how this works truly shows that you are fond of lunch table politics and that's how you view the world.
Like, there's no actual fucking convictions here. There's no actual fucking beliefs outside of what makes her most comfortable.
I disagreed with him all the time. You can literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him.
You're always correcting him by posting memes. Wow.
What?
This is heated, rigorous intellectual debate here. Just really, I could tell you absolutely were serious about your opposition to what he's saying. I disagreed with them.
About, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has...
In what world? In what world is it safe to say you're not a fan of somebody where you go to their conference, don't make a video about it because you had such a great time and met so many great friends that you're still friends with? You're moods with them on Twitter, constantly reply to them with memes, and they follow you? Now, you don't need to be buddy-buddy having dinners and doing cookouts. But do not fucking bullshit me and be like, well, I rigorously oppose this. Fuck off. What?
Really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect. These last few days after what happened, I kept going to every single, like, lefty, liberal, left-wing person I know and, like, checking out what they have been saying about this. And besides maybe, like, 4 or 5, every single one was being an unhinged psychopath about this. Or saying some backhanded shit like...
So, I can't help but notice. Because, chat, you know what? Shu would probably be okay with this. As an InfoWars fan, you're probably a fan of noticers. You're probably. I'm just asking questions, okay? We're just asking questions here. We're just asking. I can't help but notice here. That it doesn't look like you're providing any sources on what you were saying. It seems you can spend several minutes of your video sourcing random 100-follower fucking TikTok accounts. But not the people that you're claiming were just these bloodthirsty, awful, vindictive leftists. That every single leftist you went to was just, oh, fucking terrible. Hey, I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm just asking questions. I'm just noticing.
Like, this is why we need gun control, which, first of all, we were just watching a whole bunch of people celebrate killing someone over political differences. You are never taking our guns now. That is not happening.
You are never taking our guns now. So, conservatives. That's just a tacit admission of being a conservative, being ideologically right-wing. She's saying you're never taking our guns. June, the reason people are saying that is because
owning a gun does not make you a conservative.
Charlie Kirk was on record saying mass shootings are like an okay price to pay. It's just an acceptable loss that we have to deal with. Like,
yeah. I mean, it sucks that those shootings happen, but yeah, bad things happen unless you want to live in a police state. Do you want to live in a police state where everything you do is monitored 100% of the time? Me, I'm an advocate for gun control. I like gun control in practice. Like in Japan, they have the lowest gun crime in the world. Even the Yakuza, the official Japanese mob, has a very hard time getting their hands on guns. Many of them use alternative weapons like swords, baseball bats, crowbars, because they can't get their hands on guns because they're that hard to get, and as a result, there's no gun crime, basically zero. But they also have a working democracy of sorts. But there isn't that in America. There's barely that in Canada, but it's made worse because there's no good candidates in Canada. In America, nobody feels safe anymore because they're constantly being pitted against each other. And I don't blame them for not feeling safe at all. So yeah, if they want guns, I'm going to let them have guns. Because you guys aren't exactly proving yourselves to be trustworthy right now, are you?
Sandy Hook and multiple school shootings a year so that everybody has gun rights. And you're just like accepting that, even though it's literally what killed him. But no, yeah, we need to... like, that's an absolute fucking, like, Freudian slip, too. Because isn't the line supposed to be that, well, no, the guns are to protect us from tyranny. But here it's, oh no, the ravenous leftists want it, so we gotta kill them first. Is kind of...
No, what she said was, you guys killed somebody and the entire country celebrated. Why would we want to give up our protection from you guys now? She never said, let's go out in the streets and kill people. She said, we don't feel safe around you now. We're not going to give up our guns because that's our only means of protecting ourselves.
What I feel she's getting at.
All I know is it is clear how they reacted to this is how they would react to me, my family, my friends, you.
In what fucking world? In what? Okay.
In the world where she had 4 minutes straight of her reading off reasons why she was called a Nazi, and dozens of videos showing people celebrating the death of a quote-unquote Nazi. That world.
Yeah, no, making the murder of another dude all about you. In what world do you think Shoe on Head, the YouTuber, has the clout or political capital or relevance of the leader of a multi-million-dollar organization like Turning Point US fucking A?
Lots of people. She's received numerous death threats and allegations of being a far-right grifter and Nazi and fascist repeatedly. That's why. That's why she doesn't feel safe. she criticizes the Democratic Party, so people kept telling her she's a far-right Nazi, even though she's with the Democrat. You keep calling her a far-right Nazi in this video, or at least heavily implying it.
You're not that special. I'm sorry, you're not. I say that as a YouTuber. Like, it's not that big of, like, it's not that deep, dog. How can I make this about me?
Your family,
Is the most disingenuous way you could interpret this video, considering this video was literally, from the start, her talking about how uncomfortable she is with this situation. What's the disingenuity going on here? Are you okay? Are you okay in the head?
Fabulous, ever-changing definition of progressive. These are people I thought were level-headed. They were left-wing, but, you know, like, they were one of the good ones. Like, you can joke with them, you know, they weren't those, like, woke SJWs. Like, they were cool, we can disagree and still be friends. You know. Your friend.
Oh, please bring on the fake tears. Oh, that would just be the little sprinkling of sugar on top.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I feel like, as a queer trans leftist, the idea of, oh, we can disagree, but we can still be friends, kind of ended when the right made it their personal ideological mission to try and phase people like me out of society entirely. When you have major talking heads, people who Charlie Kirk was friends with, close with, amplified, agreed with, people like Matt Walsh and Chaya Raichik saying that trans people basically need to be hunted down, that we all need to be institutionalized. We have people like Nancy Mace rallying around Charlie Kirk's banner, and she's saying that all trans people need to be locked up with a steel bit.
Where?
Sorry, Shu. I understand that you, as a upper-middle-class white woman...
Hey, you, show receipts. Come on, you're the one advocating for receipts right now. Can you show receipts? Please? Come on, show receipts. Pixar didn't happen. Let's do this. Let's play this game. Come on. You're going to show them, right? You're going to show them in this video where it's absolutely relevant? This is undeniably relevant to your argument right now?
Don't actually understand what that's like to be threatened in America? To have your entire existence defined like that? But it kind of lowers your potential friend pool. It kind of lowers the amount of people that you're willing to be like, he's just joshing. I can overlook that.
Friend wouldn't celebrate you being murdered, of course.
You're just making up a reason to cry.
An exact clone of you that wasn't you?
Charlie Kirk? You are not a clone of Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you talking about? What? I'm speechless. I'm stunned. Give me the crying. Just get it over with. Come on.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Had all the same opinions, or some of the opinions.
Yeah, walk that back.
They would
walk that back.
Clone being murdered. They're not your friend. I'm friends with people who are friends with Charlie, and I see how they are completely broken about this. Seeing them like this, and then at the same time my other friend was posting shit like, "Rip Bozo." It's just sick. It's just sick shit. Personally, I would...
Okay, again. The reaction to George Floyd. The reaction to Next Benedict. The reaction to, the trans kid who killed themselves recently. Or any of the trans people who've been killed. Brianna Jai? Do we want to talk about that? Because all of those people...
Those aren't the subject of discussion, though. Those aren't the subject of discussion. is why she doesn't feel safe. I'm losing the willpower to keep doing this.
Are still leveraged by people you fucking follow and apparently get your news from. Those memes are still in their fucking comment sections. Do you think their families and their friends are super chill about it? About this ideological mission that people like Charlie Kirk, who friends of friends are really broken up about, supported, encouraged.
What the fuck? You know, you have a great argument for another topic, but you're bringing it up where it doesn't matter. This is her video and how she feels, and you're telling her that she has no right to feel that way. I could say the same thing about you. Would it matter? Would it accomplish anything? You've been arguing this entire video in bad faith from the start. And I've tried really, 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 really hard to give you any benefit of a doubt when it comes to this. By the way, your chat has been absolutely fucking insane from the start, too. Like, you're proving her fucking point with this video. And you make me sick.
Allowed to gestate to the form it's at now. See, this is what happens when somebody makes it all about them, June. You see what I've done?
Coming from fucking you is goddamn rich.
Are making Charlie's death all about you, and now I am making your white woman tears all about me. Me. Because you, at a core level, do not understand why people think the way they do, why they've been drawn into this callousness. Because here's the thing, at a core level, I agree that it's the reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. I talked about this in the video I did. It's fucked up. Seeing so many people openly praising one of the most
Wow, isn't that fucking amazing? Isn't that incredible? I mean, because you were earlier saying those people don't matter, and it shouldn't matter, and they don't matter, and it didn't matter. Even that they didn't exist. You were saying all that earlier, but now you're saying, hey, I'm seeing I took it too far. Let's roll it back a bit and then say, oh, I agree with you when you've been arguing against her this entire goddamn time. What? I can't with these people. I can't. What's wrong with
horrendous videos I've ever fucking seen. I've seen some live leak shit. It's right there with Bud Dwyer. It's fucking heinous. Heinous to see. And honestly, I can't imagine people who are actually friends with him. That would fuck me up too. Remove for a second the artifice of, yes, Kirk being a political commentator and all that shit. The edifice of Kirk being a political commentator. Somebody you know, if you saw somebody you know, you don't like him that much, die like that, your coworker, the one, you know the one that isn't like is usually late when you really actually want to go and forgets to put the liners in the trash. The one you're like, he's fine. If you saw him die like that, you'd be fucked up. I don't begrudge anybody for being fucked up about it. But at the same time, you do not understand why people react like that to begin with.
I understand why people react like that to begin with. I completely understand why. I understand their mindsets. And I hate those mindsets. They fucking sicken me. And you have been contradicting yourself, trying to tear this woman down the entire time. And you've lost all credibility in trying to sympathize with her. And I am repulsed by everything you've had to say in this, nearly everything you've had to say so far. And I don't even know if I have the strength to finish your video. Because I don't, is there any point? I've given you 40.5 minutes of listening to you, and God knows how much longer fact-checking everything you said, because fact-checking is apparently, and pulling up receipts is incredibly important to you. Right? What is going on with this? Are you okay? Dead, whatever the fuck your name is. Oh my god, the fucking lagging. Dead Domain, are you okay? Is everything alright? Why are you making up all of this bullshit for attention? I really wanted this to be a fun stream. But I don't know if I can do it anymore. I really don't. I tried. I'm sorry, I really tried to have fun today. But I guess not. Thank you all for coming. Take care. I'm going to have to change the YouTube title for the VOD after this gets approved by YouTube. I guess at least I won't have to worry about any copyright strikes, unless you want to copyright strike me for this, for calling you out on your shit. I'll still at you on Twitter once I finish clipping the whole video, the whole VOD together. Maybe we can have a more reasoned discussion. I don't know. But really, everything you've argued has been in complete, terrible faith. And I give up. Thank you all for watching. Few of you that stayed. I see one person on Twitch and one person on YouTube managed to stay the whole time around. I appreciate that. Thank you. Or at least I presume so. I mean, you're the only two that's left, and I've had 2 people when I started, 2 people when I finished. Rain, Evelyn Shaggy, Dasher Pie, thank you for coming in. Chatting. Oh, Rick, of course. Thank you for... you're probably the one who's still here, huh? Thank you all for coming in. Have a good night. Dead Domain, congratulations. You got me to give up.